Meanwhile, our distinguished speakers and guests arrive, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our partners, our co-organizers, CMFRI and CSMCRI. Without their active support, both in terms of funds as well as in terms of providing manpower and other supports, technical support, it would not have been possible to organize this event. I would also like to thank all those who remain backstage, those whose names never come in front, and it's usually the people like us who take all the credit and all the accolades. But believe you me, more than us, it is their effort, it is their contribution which is more important and which makes any event so successful. All our AV people, all our backdrop people, the branding people, people like Sanjeev Majumdar in our organization, who remain backstage, but work really hard without any name or fame, because people like us are seen in front and we get all the accolades, all the praises. But believe you me, it's more than us, it's their effort. So I would like to thank them wholeheartedly from, not only from ICC's point of view, also personally. So all those from CMFRI, CSMCRI and ICC who have worked tirelessly behind the stage to make this happen, and a heartfelt thanks to all of them. A special thank you, I would like to mention a special thanks to Dr. Kamlesh Prasad, who's from CSMCRI. He is the convener from CSMCRI. Thank you, sir. Believe me, without your support, it would not have been possible. Thank you. Thank you for everything that you have done. I would also like to thank Dr. Khandelwal, Dr. Ashish Khandelwal ji, who's still, working behind at the back of the auditorium. He's on to something. So thank you, Dr. Khandelwal. Thank you for all your support. Thank you, sir. And also thanks to all the steering committees of CMFRI. They had about 8 to 10 committees, very meticulously, working on every aspect of organizing this, from hall management, stage management, registration, everything. Believe me, I have been organizing this for last 7-8 years now. I mean, for me it's fourth, fifth year. ICC is organizing this for last 7-8 years. But, so much of professionalism, so much of effort, and so much of thinking and, what should I say, meticulously planning is the right word. So much of planning I have seen for the first time. And it is very much evident also, everything so far, touch wood, has gone smoothly. So thank you. Thank you to all the committees, their chairs, all the members of the committee. Thank you very much. Last but not the least, our partners, NFDB, MPEDA, NABARD, Tropical Agro, Farm Hub, SNAP, Alkanites, Climate Crew, Novonesis, IFCO, Aqua Agri, Trishul, and our corporate contributors, the Seaweed Consortium and C6 Energy. Thank you, sir. Of course, funds are important, without which nothing can be done. So thank you for supporting us every year, year on year. I think all our speakers, no, we are waiting for 1 or 2 more speakers. They will be here in next 5 minutes. I would be very, very unfair if I don't thank all our speakers, also our attendees, who travel all the way from, different parts of the country. We have got attendees who are there from Delhi, Haryana, from western side, Ahmedabad, even Lakshadweep, We have people traveling from Mumbai, from eastern part, from Bengal, Odisha, southern, all the states of South India. So thank you. Thank you very much for your time, for your effort, and your continuous encouragement. Because without you, any event anywhere in India is a failure if there are no participants. So thank you for coming year after year, and making this a successful event. And lastly, I would like to thank our speakers. They are very busy people. They are always, traveling. They have their own personal engagements, official engagements, but still they find time out of their busy schedule, to give to us. So my sincere thanks to all the speakers who have traveled from across India and also abroad. My thanks to all our international guests also, for coming and gracing this event and making it a successful event. So I think I have covered everybody. Still, if I have left anyone, I apologize, because I try to cover everyone who has supported this event and to be a part of it. Thank you once again. Just give us 5 more minutes. In next 5 to 7 minutes, we will start today's session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Just one more announcement, ladies and gentlemen. The trophies you are seeing to the right of the stage, that is for the poster competition for students, which we had organized. And at the end of the day today, we'll be having the presentation for the poster competition. The poster competition was adjudicated by Dr. P. Nival from France and Dr. Mozart Marines from Brazil. So they were the judges who have adjudicated and decided who the winner and runner is. So that's a piece of announcement I wanted to make. Thank you. Just one more thing, ladies and gentlemen. This is regarding the lunch coupons today. I would request all of you, post session 1, to collect your lunch coupons from registration counter. I mean, this is for the attendees. Speakers don't have to bother. Their lunch coupons are there with us, so we'll take care of it. For the other attendees, I would request you to take your lunch coupons from the registration counter outside the hall just after the end of this session. There will be a break for 15-20 minutes. During that time, collect your today's lunch coupon from registration counter. Please mind, without the lunch coupons, lunch will not be provided by the caterer. It has been instructed to them. So please take your lunch coupons. One more thing, I was just told to announce this, that there were quite a few people who forgot to deposit their lunch coupons yesterday. May I request them to deposit it in the registration counter while taking today's coupon. Thank you. Please, if you've got your lunch coupons of yesterday with you, please deposit it in the registration counter while taking your today's lunch coupons. Thank you.
Welcome to the centenary celebrations of the Indian Chamber of Commerce. Pre-independence era was marked with a policy of discrimination to Indian industries. It was against this background that leaders of business and industry organized themselves as a business group with the object of building up a dedicated body to safeguard and promote Indian industry. This was the beginning of ICC, which was founded in December 1925 under the leadership of Shri G. D. Birla, with close guidance from Father of the Nation Mahatma Gandhiji to culminate the business interests and aspirations for India's freedom. And there was no looking back. In its illustrious journey of 100 years, ICC has reached the heartlands of India's dream, made presence felt on foreign shores, and placed itself as a key enabler for India's transformative economic growth journey.
आईसीसी ने पूर्वी भारत और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के डेवलपमेंट में जो कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया है, विशेषकर वहां की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स को, वह भी हिस्टोरिकल है। आईसीसी के लिए अपना योगदान देने वाले आप सभी को, उस प्रत्येक महानुभाव का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं।
ICC now has a pan-India presence with 15 regional and liaison offices spread across India and representative offices in 25 countries and expanding. Over the years, ICC has successfully partnered the government for various international and domestic trade and investment promotion initiatives. ICC represents diverse industrial sectors, and ICC's international initiatives and events have crisscrossed the globe, covering major international destinations.
इस संस्था ने 1925 से लेकर न केवल पूर्वी भारत बल्कि भारत के अर्थतंत्र को बड़ी गति देने में एक प्लेटफॉर्म की भूमिका निभाई है। वो संस्था आईसीसी के साथ आज मुझे बात करने का मौका मिल रहा है।
ICC has played a key role in building synergies between India and her Asian neighbors. Our network is ever expanding, with a host of national and international MOUs with industry associations, business forums, and other ecosystem stakeholders. Our presence in international forums like BIMSTEC, ASEAN, APTA, IMEC is strengthening continuously.
আমি এটুকু বলে আজকে আইসিসি কে বিশেষ করে সকলকে নিয়ে এই যে মিলিত প্রয়াস, কালেকটিভ এফোর্টস, একেবারে রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীত থেকে সত্যজিৎ রায়, একেবারে সত্যজিৎ রায় থেকে সারা বিশ্ব, বাংলা হবে বিশ্ব সেরা।
As one of the most proactive chambers in the country, ICC has had the honor of hosting eminent personalities like Indian presidents, prime ministers, and international leaders of repute. Our policy advocacy initiatives have been widely appreciated and accepted by government at state and central level. ICC has made relentless efforts towards progressive advancement of domestic trade and industry by breaking away from over-protectionism and regressive policies.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Before we, commence today's proceedings, may I request our dignitaries sitting at the back to please come and join in front, please, because front seats are, vacant and people are scattered here and there. So why don't you just come in front and join us, please? Volunteers, may I request you to, ask our guests sitting at the back to join us in front, please. In front rows, maybe third, fourth row, fifth row. Okay, so we'll have the people coming in, and they will keep coming, but we cannot delay today. Yesterday's experience was very bad, so it's better we start our session now. Day 2 of 7th India International Seaweed Expo and Summit 2026. And On behalf of all the organizers, I welcome you all. The first session of day 2 is the state of world seaweed, cultivation, innovation, processing, marketing and supply chain. Hello. TV is not working. This session will be chaired by Dr. Arup Ghosh. May I request Dr. Arup Ghosh, Chief Scientist, CSIR, CSMCRI, to join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a round of applause. Dr. Arup Ghosh, one of the very, very known faces in our industry. May I now request Dr. P. Nival, Scientific Affairs Director, Olmex. She has come all the way from France. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Dr. P. Nival. We also have amongst us Dr. Mozart Marines, Coordinator of the Biotechnology Postgraduate Program, Ribeirão Preto, Brazil. All the way from Brazil, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Mozart Marines. May I now request Mr. Shivaram Kulendran, who is Seaweed Development Consultant for Sri Lanka and Maldives. He has traveled all the way from Maldives to join us. Thank you, Mr. Kulendran. Thank you for your continuous support over the years. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shivaram Kulendran. We also have with us Dr. Moti Fazal. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Moti Fazal, Director Seaweed Mawani from Tanzania. One of the oldest seaweed companies, I suppose 35 years old. And a very interesting story, he told me that, Shri from C6 was introduced to seaweed by their company, is it? Something like that. Anyways, we move on to our last speaker for this session, Mr. Stephen Hermans. Mr. Stephen Hermans, founder of Economy, Belgium. Now he resides in Philippines, I suppose, right? Yeah. So that's our panel for the first session, ladies and gentlemen. And I would now request Dr. Arup Ghosh to take the session forward. Dr. Ghosh.
Thank you, Sushanjit. First of all, I would greet all of you a very good morning and welcome to this very important session. And we have along with us lot many dignitaries, very famous faces. So what we are going to discuss today is the state of world seaweed cultivation, innovation, processing, marketing, and supply chain. Now, why it is very important? The total world seaweed production right now stands around how much? 38 million tons. Whereas you can see that India's only food grain production, it's more than 350 million tons. And when we talk about 38 million tons, the contribution of India's seaweed sector is only few thousand tons. So there is a huge, huge difference. Of course, we had a target of achieving 10 million tons of wet seaweed production. And I think we have almost crossed the time limit. But we have a long way to go. Now, the session which we are conducting here we have some very important persons who are actually involved in seaweed production all over the world. And we want to share our experiences so that we can get cue from them and get our task together. What are the problems of seaweed cultivation in India? Why the production has been so low? The first and foremost reason is our seaweed cultivation was very limited to a very specific part of the Indian coast, that is Tamil Nadu. And we really did not have any clue what were the other areas, what can be the other areas where seaweed cultivation can be done. So thanks to CMFRI and CSMCRI scientists, and with a great initiative from Niti Aayog, we set for the task. And at least now we can say that we have a policy document released by Niti Aayog in which a lot of areas which are conducive have been earmarked. But the conducive areas does not mean that you can really do it, or you go for it. So there has to be pre-feasibility studies, and at CSMCRI, we are actually doing the ground truthing of getting into those areas, trying few rafts or trying different methods, which are the species that will be good for those areas. And likewise, we have at least targeted that by the end of this year, we'll be, getting about 70, at least 70 sites, because more than 300 to 400 sites have been surveyed, and not all of them have been found to be conducive enough. Second reason for low production has been like we were targeting only one seaweed species, that is Copperficus, and it has been introduced in India, but now it has lost its vigor. There are many issues like ice disease which have to get solutions, and that's where I'll seek all the inputs from all of you, what sort of difficulties you have and how we can together resolve them. Third is, even like I was telling that Earth is more of water, less of land, yet the total seaweed, global seaweed production is very small as compared to, the land plants, land plant area. But that's where companies like C6 Energy, they have been very much pragmatic, because not everything in the near shore may be conducive. So one actually needs to think of going deeper into the sea, use mechanization, bring down the costs, and then think of many other avenues which are right now high cost, low value things which may suddenly become economical. So that's very important. So innovation, then processing. Right now we are only into seaweed production, then converting them into either any of the polysaccharides, alginate, carrageenan or agar, or very much into animal feed, which is also a nascent thing right now in India. But we have to actually make use of, like what Dr. Valasamma yesterday was showing, that the diversity of genes which we find in the seaweeds, it's very different from the land plants. So we have an avenue of chemicals. A lot of polyphenols can be extracted. Newer process technologies can be done. And then a lot of avenues in cosmeceuticals, pharmaceuticals, antivirals, such other things, including anti-aging compounds, biofuels can be exploited. So now, with this background, I would now extend warm welcome to all our panel members. I'll first invite Dr. Nieval, Scientific Affairs, Director Olmix, to now give her talk. Dr. Olmix.
very much. Good morning, everyone. I hope you hear me well and that you have had a good night's sleep for another long day of presentations. But since it's an exciting subject on seaweeds, I think we will all be able to manage. I'm very happy to be here because it's my first time in India. And I'm very interested to see the discussions about seaweed here in India, and they are quite similar to the discussions that what we have in Europe, with all very similar challenges. So I'm here representing Olmix, which is a French company using seaweed for applications in agriculture and livestock. So I just start my presentation with some pictures illustrating the beauty and the diversity of algae and how they live in many different environments and fulfill a lot of different environmental roles. This first slide to introduce Olmix, which is today a company of about 900 employees. We have our headquarters in Brittany, in France, where we have our factory, and the company was founded in 1995 by Hervé Balesson. So last year we celebrated our 30th anniversary. Our main raw materials are trace elements, clays, seaweed, red, brown, and green seaweed. Also now, more recently, we have added other biosourced raw materials such as yeast and wood chips. And our activity sectors are for plant care and animal care. We have a global presence with sales about 30% in Europe, 30% in Southeast Asia, and 30% in the Americas. And we are developing, while our seaweed extraction process is realized in France, we have factories in Vietnam and in Brazil where we can produce the final products and only send actives. And in Brazil, we also have the processing of the yeast co-products. So today we have a process. We have our seaweed process in France where we do the collection and harvest mainly of opportunistic seaweeds, like the green seaweed ulva that give large tides of seaweed in the summertime in Brittany, and which is harvested once it comes to the shore. After it's washed, we have a grinding and separation phase, hydrolysis phase, and extraction. And similarly for yeast and wood co-products, we also have the process for producing the actives. So the cracking and the roasting and extraction of lignocellulosic compounds from wood co-products. And for the end of all these processes, what is very important is the characterization, the quality control, which here it is shown as being only at the end of the process, but it actually starts from the beginning at the collection, with the validation of the compatibility of the raw material with use in, especially for animal care applications, where we have a number of undesirable substances that needs to be controlled, such as heavy metals, dioxins, traces of antibiotics and of pesticides. But we also have a quality control at the end of the process to validate that the actives are present in the final product. So for animal care applications, the aim is to serve livestock, pet, and the aqua sectors by improving hygiene and animal welfare, contributing to the reduction of medication, optimizing efficiency of animal nutrition, and reinforcing animals' natural defenses and preserving their health, while contributing to reduce agriculture environmental impact. And this we do with different solutions for reduction of mycotoxin risk, digestive welfare, digestive efficiency, and immunity. Those are the four different applications that we have with our seaweed-based products. And then we also have other sources for environmental hygiene and mineral efficiency. So this is the range of seaweed-based solutions for animal care, and they are sold either for feed, so feed millers to be introduced directly in the feed as functional feed ingredients for reduction of mycotoxin risk, stimulation of immunity, and digestive feed efficiency. But we also have solutions that are for vet solutions that are short-term treatments, 3 to 5 days, that are given either via the drinking water or directly in the mouth of the animal, that allows more to be more reactive, because the feed is produced several months or a month before it is given to the animal. So you can't adapt as a response to what is happening in the farm. While with the for vet products, you can react, and if your animals start to be not feeling well, you can introduce it via the drinking water, for example. For plant care applications, we have solutions that are active via the roots of the plants, via the leaves, used on the seeds, or activities stimulating the soil life. So the solutions, we also have for nutritional efficiency, germination, soil functioning, stress management, physiological cycle, and nutrition efficiency. And from our different technologies, we have the seaweed-based technologies with liquid seaweed extracts for photosynthesis, aerial and root growth. Also solutions for activation of nutrition and defense mechanisms. And finally, solid products for stimulation of root mycorrhization. And then we also have the wood technologies and also mineral technologies that can be combined with the seaweed extracts. And today, being present in Europe, biostimulants have recently been regulated from 2019. In order to say that your product is a biostimulant, you need to have what is called a PFC6 certification. And a biostimulant should improve for a crop at least one of the following claims, which is nutrient use efficiency, abiotic stress tolerance, quality traits such as photosynthetic activity, biomass yield, yield quality, and so on, or the availability of confined nutrients in the soil or the rhizosphere. And this certification is delivered by a European notified body after the assessment of the regulatory conformity of the raw components and the compliance of labeling, innocuity for human health and environment, such as bacteria levels and heavy metals, a quality control on processes during manufacturing, and finally the agronomic efficacy ensuring technical performance. So this guarantees the robustness of technical efficacy and global biostimulant credibility enhancement. So for this, the agronomic efficacy have to be demonstrated in a minimum number of trials. So, and this is, has to be done in field or controlled conditions with specific quality criteria and a statistical analysis at 15%. And the dosage rate, application number, and timing tested determine finally the conditions of use in the end. And depending on the number of crop groupings that you want to claim biostimulant activity on, there is 3 crop groupings, which are the broadacre crops, field and industrials, woody perennials, and there are the group of vegetables, ornamentals, aromatic and medicinal plants. And the minimum number of trials, if you just want one specific crop group, is 3 trials. And in order to claim or a specific crop, it is 3 trials on that crop. For a crop group, you need 6 trials minimum on 2 different crops from that crop group. For 2 crop groups, 8 trials with 4 trials per group and a minimum of 2 crops per group. And then final for the 3 crop groups, 9 trials with 3 trials per group and a minimum of 2 trials per crop. And for Olmix, this has meant, because Olmix were one of the first companies to obtain the PFC6 regulation for one of our products. And since 2021, we have made 267 microplot trials at European level for all crop groups and with different CROs. And we have this far obtained 5 certifications on nutrient use efficiency, quality traits, and abiotic stress tolerance. So here is one example of Cormin SWV, which is a solid product to be mixed with fertilizers. And for this, to obtain the certification on this product, we have done 22 trials since 2022 with claims on nutrient use efficiency and quality traits, with trials in several European countries on broadacre crop groups, wheat, barley, and potato, and with design 4 to 8 replicates. And the reason for doing this is to support our customers and to certify and allow them to guarantee the efficacy and the return of investment from Olmix products. And this is something that we do. Here I exemplified it with our plant care products, but we have a similar way of doing it also for our animal care products, with the proof of concept of the efficacy and the mode of action on the animal, and followed up with trials, in vivo trials, and finally field trials at the farm in order to show the return on investment to the farmer. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Noel Naiwal. It was a really very informative presentation, and there were a lot of commonalities which I found. It is there between your research as well as the Indian research. We, for example, have done more than 350 trials on Kappa ficus biostimulants, Gracilaria edulis, and because you are also doing Solaria cordalis, and we have also found that it is extremely good, it's having good biostimulant property. So I think the next thing what you told is about the regulatory compliance. And regulatory compliance is increasingly becoming very important in Indian context as well. What I could find in your presentation, which India actually lacks, and I'll like to draw the attention of the regulator members who are, I am seeing they are present over here also. Please make a note that, like for European Union, we don't have nitrogen or nutrient use efficiency or abiotic stress tolerance or the quality parameters also as one of the parameters which in our trials, we have found many a times it is happening. Second thing, we don't have even certification standards for medicinal plants, ornamental plants. I think that particular thing needs to be improved for our regulation as well. So thank you very much, and it was a very interesting presentation. Now I welcome Dr. Mozart Martins, who is a coordinator of the biotechnology postgraduate program in Brazil. So I just give the mic to you.
This one's. It has a pointer. No? But there is a pointer there. Okay. Can I use a microphone? Yeah. Like this. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm not able to stand up and quiet. Good morning to everybody. And I would like to start talking about my 48 hours trip to India after car and 3 flights to arrive here. And then I would like to talk exactly about the similarities I found about our 2 countries, India and Brazil. Because every tuk-tuk driver that I took up to now, when he realized we are from Brazil, the first thing he says, oh, soccer. So I think this is one of the biggest similarities we have is about our passion for soccer, because every tuk-tuk driver talks to me about soccer and about Ronaldinho and your idol here from India. That's one of the similarities we have. The other similarity I find is in the amazing good food you have in this country. But I would like you also to invite, when you come to Brazil, that you also taste our food, because we have things that are very similar. In Brazil, we have moqueca that is also made with coconut and fish. And here in India, I find a lot of dishes, wonderful one, very spicy, but very good food that is very similar. That's another similarity between our countries. But I think today we are here to see the most important similarity of our passion in the moment. That is this lady here, the seaweeds, and especially Kappa ficus. I was here in the car, in the taxi to here, talking to my friends here about our passion for Kappa ficus and how we want really to take this in advance to become an important part of the economy of our countries. So what I'm going to do is to pass you through how it is in Brazil, which I think also there are some similarities with you. The main species with commercial interest in Brazil is Kappa ficus alvarezi, gracilaria, ipnea, and some other species like even Asparagopsis is starting to become important in Brazil. But the star of the moment is really Kappa ficus alvarezi. That's the most important seaweed that we cultivate really in Brazil. And it's an exotic seaweed species in Brazil. It was first experimentally introduced around 1995, and a second introduction in 1998. It started with a commercial scale of production about 6 years ago that really started again. In the past there was, but then went down, and now it's back. Both introductions went very quarantine and experimental monitoring to assess the potential for invasiveness. My associate here, Juliano Mation, was one of the persons working on this, looking for invasiveness, how it's the potential really of growing and so on. He has worked in the past with people doing this. So after this time, 2 areas in Brazil were allowed to explore Kappa ficus. Although we have a very huge coast, as you can see there in this, I don't know if this is the pointer, no. I think, yeah. As you can see there in the left panel, we have a huge coast in Brazil, about 8,000 kilometers, but actually just the 2 yellow circles there are the areas allowed for cultivation. That is Rio de Janeiro and Santa Catarina and São Paulo, it's in these areas. So that you can see here in the right panel, the expanded areas. So it's very much in the south of Brazil where the climate is temperate, I think a little bit like yours here in India. This is our area in Brazil where we cultivate, our company Algastec, where you see there this blue arrow here. These two green squares, rectangles there, are the areas we are cultivating. It's about 4 hectares that we have. All the other areas there are also areas where you can cultivate. There are people cultivating or starting to cultivate, but our areas are these 2 areas there. I also invite you to visit this place because besides being a wonderful place to cultivate Capa ficus, it's also very beautiful. So when you come to Brazil, please. Our cultivation methods in Brazil are tie-tie in rafts, tubular net, long line, and cage. The cage method that is created, it's one farmer I know that use, but most of the cultivation in Brazil is really tie-tie in rafts, as I show here. So you have the tie-tie. We use these rafts with with pipes made of PVC, right? And the seaweed is close really to the surface, okay? The water where we cultivate our seaweed, our Capa ficus, is very clear, very good temperature and salinity for cultivation. How is the production of Capa ficus in Brazil? Every year, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, now the Aquaculture and Fishery Ministry, we have to make a report to them to tell how much seaweed we have produced. So every year we get this report. And our production is, I would say, even doesn't appear really in the world map of it because it started very slow there in 2021, 200 tons, sorry. Then it's growing steadily, and last year was about 1,200 tons. That's really nothing, okay? But every year we are growing more and more Capa ficus. And this is the officially reported production. It's a little bit higher than this because there are people that don't report their production, okay? Where we are applying seaweed, the seaweed biomass of Capa ficus in Brazil, well, we have all these potential markets, okay? But where we are really using Capa ficus in Brazil is for food industry, of course, of the Caragen, and for production of biostimulants. Today, I think it's the most important product coming out of Capa ficus in Brazil is the production of extract, the ZAP, and to be used as a biostimulant. But we have other people working also in dietary nutrients. Cosmetics is also companies using Capa ficus. Bioplastics, there are at least 2 companies working with it. And there is one company trying to make textile fibers out of Capa ficus, okay? Well, if you see all these possible markets, you think this should generate, of course, the investor interest in startups and various enterprises. So you think, well, there are lots of companies growing in Brazil. Indeed, we have many companies, some of them cultivating Capa ficus, like Algas Brazil. It's a huge company nowadays that cultivates and processes Capa ficus. Algas Bras, it's an old one. Here, BioAlgas, and of course, Algastec. It's my company, so it's the best company you can talk to in Brazil, of course. All these other ones that you see there are companies that are actually processing the biomass of Capa ficus, okay? Well, in an ideal world of business, what you would have is that if you have demand, you have production, and demand they should choose. So you produce and you sell. But the fact is, I don't know how it's in India here, but in Brazil, it's these 2 guys that have not met really very well because we don't have a huge production, so we cannot respond to the demand. And if there's no demand, we also hold the production. That's the, cat and mouse game we do in Brazil at the moment. So the question that arises, can agribusiness companies and new startups develop their business safely? Well, this question actually I took from the Ficonomy site from my friend here, some data from there. And this is a graphics that shows the potential of markets from the World Bank, it's a report from the World Bank. And then you can see there on the left, you have the probability of establishing the market. Sorry that it's in Portuguese. And down here, you have the time that this market will be established. So you can see that biostimulants and cosmetics and animal feed, they have a high potential of being established and in a short term. Then you come back to here, nutraceuticals, fabrics and bioplastics, medium term, and the establishment of these markets is still not, the probability of establishment is still not very high. Well, if you take a look on this, Kappa ficus can participate in all these markets. You have fabrics, bioplastics, pet food, cosmetics, biostimulants, and so on. And in Brazil, pharmaceuticals, I work in this field of pharmaceutical, and I can tell you, yeah, it's okay, but it takes really a long time to take this to the market. In Brazil, the markets of these ones with Kappa ficus that we have really companies working on, it's cosmetics, biostimulants, pet food, bioplastics, and fabrics. This is where Kappa ficus is being explored in Brazil. And we have some challenge actually to tackle to get this market done. So what I would like to tell you is that mechanization is a huge problem in Brazil. We have a really very hard workload. So for instance, as I told you, we use tie-tie. So this is a very handmade process. And I saw a machine that can make tie-tie automatically. It was developed in a university. I don't know if in India or in Indonesia actually, but there is somebody that made a machine like this that can make this automatically, and I would like to talk if somebody knows really of this machine, but this is really one of the challenges we have. The other one is, of course, the collection of the seaweed out of the ties. This is easy to mechanize, but if there's... Sorry?
Chega a hora mais gostosa, a hora da colheita.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So this is easy to, it's my fault. It's easy to mechanize, but if there is somebody that can tackle this, it would be nice to talk to us. We have also the product manufacturing needs a higher efficiency. We need to improve the manufacturing of our products. And this, I talk really, our seaweed, as you can see there, it's basically very clean. It's very good. There's not very many epiphytes when it comes out of the water. But of course, we clean it and wash it. And somebody spoke to me yesterday here about equipment that we can better process this. And I would like also to talk to people who has systems and equipment for making a better wash of the seaweed. Another problem in Brazil, logistics. To take the seaweed from the sea to land and then to the factory, it's a huge thing in Brazil because you have not really well-structured roads from the areas of the coast to the fabrics, okay? So this is also a problem, but I think logistics is a problem in Brazil for all kinds of industries. Regulatory issues, I like it very much to see Pete showing how it is in France, because actually in Brazil we don't have a clear biostimulant legislation. This is something that I see lots of countries working on it. In Brazil we have to advance on this. It's not very clear. And something people spoke here yesterday also is market diversification. We are very much on the biostimulant, to use seaweed for biostimulant, but I think we have to diversify this market in Brazil and to have other valuable products taken out of Kappa ficus. I think that the question is just to put our mind on it, and then we are going to take better products out of it. Well, despite these challenges, there was a 66% growth in seaweed production in Latin America and the Caribbean. So please, India, I tell you, we are coming, okay? I also like to say that we have space for collaboration in research and development. I'm not only in Augustec, but I'm also in the university. So we have worked with lectins from red seaweed, and now we are taking also some from Kappa ficus. And there's a lot of applications of lectins for biomedical use. We have also used drones to monitor our seaweed plantation. So this is a type of study one of my students is conducting, that we can see the growth of the seaweed with using drones. And of course, development of functional foods. So here it's an example from one of my scientific initiation students. She made a vegan cheese using Kappa ficus. So thank you very much. I would like just to end up saying thank you very much to the organization, especially from Day and Sanjib also that has helped us to come to here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mozart, and also for completing it well within your time. And from your talk, I can again say that world is a very small place. Whatever are the problems and challenges being faced by you, the same is for us as well. Of course, what you said about diversity, diversifying the different products, there are enormous opportunities. But with these opportunities also comes great challenges. For example, biofuel. I mean, you have to be energy-wise for converting them into biofuels. If it is bioplastic, you need to do a lot of research. It's still in the nascent stage. I mean, you have to make it hydrophobic, you have to make it amenable for different applications, and that part is really tough. Then for animal feed also, yeah, it's a very good, I mean, we have ourselves done very good research on it, and we have found it extremely good for cattle, as well as poultry, as well as for even methane emission. I mean, but I mean, there are, I mean, challenges. They are very cost-sensitive market, price-sensitive market. But yeah, I mean, there are enormous opportunities. One thing I would like to hear from you is because you said that in Brazil, there are 2 places that has been earmarked. So is it like government is giving any lease or what? You said that 2 places in Brazil, they have been allowed for cultivation. So, I mean, is the government giving lease?
Yes, yes. You have to have to be allowed by the government, okay, to get a session in the sea to do this. The problem in the other areas is because of the studies. They are worried about the environmental impact of seaweed. So it's going on studies for already a lot of years to release there. It has advanced. Maybe in the next years they will release some authorizations for this, but up to now not, because there are more environmental problems like coral reefs and so on in the northeast, and in our area this is not so impactful.
So is there some money that has to be paid to the government for getting this area?
Sorry.
There is some money that has to be paid to the government for releasing this area?
Yes, the marine, yeah.
Okay. So that's something very important. I think we also have to have such sort of mechanism in India. And as far as what you told about your demand and supply, I think Brazil is an agrarian economy, and sugarcane is a big crop. And we ourselves have done a lot of work on copper ficus, on sugarcane, how it can increase productivity, how it can increase the sugar recovery. So I think we can share the data along with you, and you can make use of it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll take the questions maybe after the session. So, I mean, you can write it down. So now I welcome Mr. Sivram Kulendran. He's a seaweed development consultant in Sri Lanka and Maldives. So, Mr. Sivram, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for ICC to have me in the 7th International Conference on Seaweed. And it was a very pleasure to be in India. It's like home country for me. And thank you for the panel members and panelists. So I would like to speak this time on mostly about Sri Lanka normally. So this time I would like to introduce new opportunity of Maldives. So this is of current status and opportunities development in the industry. So as you all know, Sri Lanka is like India, abundant, naturally available seaweed varieties, more than 389 varieties up to now being identified as natural resource. So recently, as you all know, we have adopted seaweed cultivation as aquaculture crop by help of Aqua Agri India with a joint venture of a company in Sri Lanka in post-war in 2010 or 12. So it was first time in Sri Lanka to have a mariculture seaweed cultivation as a post-war CSR project, which now become an industry. So the government of Sri Lanka and the institutions have now adapting to have seaweed farming zones in the existing and potential. So this is a new initiative where Sri Lankan government has now identified farming zones for any of interested investors as well as companies or farmers to do. And recent development is Sri Lanka also having a mariculture policy is under evaluation, and so it will be adopted very soon. So we will have a national mariculture policy which will predominantly have sea cucumber, seaweed and sea bass, so which are all cultivated species in Sri Lanka. So as you all know, I think I have shown this slide for a long time. So currently it's been operational in some of the island in north, very close to India, and also in Kilinochchi district. So these are trial cultivation and some are operational, and we are also exporting to India, Chile, China and other countries as a dry weed. So it's been adapted as community-based aqua agriculture, so as a livelihood diversification, because most of the people who are women farmers, same as India. So it is been adapted as a livelihood for widows or woman-headed households, and it is also a livelihood expansion and income for them. And also, ironically, it's also lowers the pressure on the Indian Ocean on fishermen, and most of the people in Tamil Nadu might know there are still very good or bad relationship in the sea area where a lot of poaching happens on the both sides. So the cultivation models are, there are some areas have fixed bottom, and also raft method was initially adapted, and now predominantly is multiple long lines. And we have started it with the raft culture because we didn't have enough seeds back in 2012, these photographs. And it was then been adapted as monoline cultivation since there is a scarce resource of bamboo, and also environmentalists are little precaution about PVC pipes. So this is adapted from 2018, and the status of seaweed farming is very promising, and time to time we have crop failures and climatic challenges. Recently also, as you all know, we had a very bad cyclone which had affected a lot of seaweed farms and seaweed farmers. Harvesting, drying process same as India, and they harvest manually, and we have to learn from CC's Energy how to do mechanically. And common crop challenges similar to India, epiphytes, silting and fish grazing, and due to climatic conditions. And climate challenge, as you know, as an island nation, we have temperature issues of climate change, salinity, heavy wind and cyclone, so which affects these structures. So that's why we have do away with the bamboo rafts, and nowadays monoline is adapted, mainly as Brazil saw about logistical challenges. Some of the islands have, even though very good production, very difficult to transport and store and boat offload transport. Mainly, as I said, it's a livelihood for women in the household, so there is a huge demand for cultivation. But as everyone knows, seedlings is a very issue of at the moment to and store, as Tanmay said, storage at the monsoon season, and to give it at when the needed. It is really a challenge in all part of the world when its copper fiber is considered. So I would like, as the last time also I introduced, one of the company has been innovative to have a wellness product called sea moss drink, and they also now have sea moss gel with different varieties of apple, strawberry and all those fruit products which anyone want to have a look and have, and they are also trying to export now. And it's a new niche market which Sri Lanka is trying to adapt, because we have a lot of fruit drinks. So we are trying to do a sea moss drink which will make value-added products on the wellness market. So as you say, there are 1.5 trillion global wellness market, so which is the largest food market, which would be able to adapt this. And there are a lot of tourists coming to Sri Lanka who are vegan. So these are the products we are currently marketing in Sri Lanka as well as trying to export. So this will have a good value addition for seaweed farmers to grow and have a higher value. There is another company, he's in the audience today, it's Carbon Footprint, which is also trying to cultivate and also have to do a lot of value addition on the biostimulant and biofertilizer market. So you can have a chat with him. He's in the audience. It's Senura Fonseca. So they are also cultivating in the Jaffna sites, which is far north in the island. So anyone who would like to have partnership or have any collaboration, he's here for you all to have a chat. So this new opportunity I would like to talk. I think new emerging opportunity in seaweed farming is the Maldives, which is also, there are two gentlemen from Maldives are here today. I would like to introduce anyone who would have a chat. And now Maldives government is, after a long time of retaliation, they have identified Kappa ficus as commercial seaweed farming, and they have allowed the first farming after pilot studies, which I started in 2016 in an island called Ekeshdu, and now they are also cultivating in Fenadu. So these are the details of uninhabited islands. I think Maldives government has gazetted for collaboration or any investors to come into Maldives, and they can have first 21 years of lease, and also later they can have 50 years of lease of these island lagoons, which are being identified and gazetted already. And I would like to also to CFMRI and CMFRI to adapt similar model for Lakshadweep. I understand Lakshadweep is not allowed for seaweed of Kappa ficus. So even though similar conditions of Maldives and Lakshadweep having island or atolls or small island which has very weak coral or like environmental sensitive areas, so they could adapt a similar model how Maldives were adapted. So they have recently done a first shipment to, I think, Aquagri from Fenadu, which is you can see this fisheries minister also in the water, and he has inaugurated a company which you can see the drone picture. And I wanted to play this video. So you can see the growth of seaweed, which is currently being cultivated in Maldives. And this is a new opportunity for Indian Ocean countries like Sri Lanka and India. It's a new emerging country in our Indian Ocean. So the two gentlemen are here in the audience. So anyone willing to do a larger production can have a chat with them. And so as everyone says, we are also sticking to only to Kappa ficus in both the countries, all three countries. So we have to be diversified. Sri Lanka also currently export some of the wild collections of Gracilaria verrucosa for agar and Saliconia for biostimulant, and Chloropa lentifera, which is being collected but not being exported, and Sargassum is also possible, and also Padina. And this is a commercially viable. We should also diversify, not to adapt only to Kappa ficus. Slides have been little. Okay, no problem. Current global markets, as you say, been dominated by China, and because they have a lot of processors and they are buying in a bulk. So we, as a country of Indian Ocean, from Sri Lanka or India or Maldives, we should do value addition like how India has done. Sri Lanka also willing to start value addition of at least semi-refined or alkaline treated chips or biostimulant. We are exporting dry weed, and we are not having any processing other than this type of small wellness product or CMOS drink. So there's an opportunity for any Indian companies to start a small processing in Sri Lanka. So I would like to welcome or to have a collaboration in Sri Lanka. But Sri Lanka cultivation is little restricted, but processing is allowed by any investors to come to Sri Lanka or in Maldives. So as you say, Sri Lanka can be an industry hub for diversification and value addition. So as you all know, the global structures are changing. So Indian Ocean economy, or next is South Asia, we are as algal fertilizers, the sea winner is from China and UPL from India, Lily from China. So Sinochem from Taiwan. So the global structures are changing. The algal fertilizers can be next Indian Ocean or South Asia. So even though Indonesia is world's largest industrial seaweed producer, China is largest buyer. So Sri Lanka or Indian Ocean or India can be the next hub for value addition. So you can see the seaweed cultivation global market is increasing to be $41 billion by 2030, 2029. So it will be a very good opportunity for our Indian Ocean, and I currently congratulate the Indian government to having a EU trade agreement. So there will be a lot of export can be done to EU. So all these years we have been importing from ascophyllum from European countries. So now the turn is for Asia. Now the turn is for Indian economy or Indian Ocean economy to have the exports to EU from our own seaweed of copper fiber. So seaweed success story, everyone knows. I also believe on social and corporate and human economic factors which will give the success. Thank you so much, and glad to be in 7th International Symposium of Seaweed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kulendran, for giving a extremely enlightening talk and letting the audience know about the enormous opportunities seaweed cultivation and processing has it in Sri Lanka as well as Maldives. I'm sure Maldives government might have done a lot of background studies so as to allow copper ficus cultivation there, and you're very right in saying that the Lakshadweep conditions and the Maldives conditions are more or less exactly similar. So I think we'd look forward to hearing more about such information in future so that we can also, impress the government of India in taking similar steps. It was also good to see that Sri Lanka has got enormous potential, and it has really earmarked and mapped the production potential, especially in the Jaffna region. So thank you very much, Mr. Kulendran, once again. So now I would welcome Dr. Morty Fazal, Director Seaweed Mwani, Tanzania, to come and give his talk.
Good morning. It's a real pleasure to be here. I did not expect to meet all of you guys over here. I did not know that India had made some good strides. So has Brazil. Nice to see that. You guys are our future competition, my friend, and I'm scared. With India deciding to invest $100 million in the development of the seaweed industry, when we come from the boonies of Africa, working on this thing for a long time, it's a challenge. But competition is good. It does innovation, and I don't know if it will ever fulfill my friend Sri's dream of having seaweed at $250 a ton. I don't know. Anyway, my name is Morty. I come from Tanzania, and I want to start off by asking a question to the audience. How many of you guys were born after 1985? Okay, I'm glad to see that, because I got into the seaweed business before you guys were born. So it's a good thing to be in the group of these young people who are, I believe, the pallbearers of the future of the seaweed industry. That's what I think, and I'm here to encourage you guys. You know, I was a startup before startup was a word, okay? And startups are, a lot of you are in the startup phase and stuff like that. It's a difficult place to be, you know? So my story starts with having met somebody in 1985 in Tanzania on a flight going from one jungle to another. And I was sitting next to a person who was 3 times bigger than me, typical American, you know. And he was very grouchy because I was the cause of the flight delay. And unfortunately or fortunately, I wound up sitting next to him, and he took all the seat, you know. I mean, he would like really squeeze me as a punishment, you know. So we were not friends then. It turned out that we wound up staying in the same hotel, and the hotel had only 2 guests, just me and him. So we had to find a way to get friendly. And after a few Coca-Colas, we got drunk. And he told me about, introduced me to the seaweed world. And interestingly, the reason he was in Tanzania is because the company that he used to work for, called FMC at that time, or FMC, marine hydrocolloids, was buying wild seaweed from Tanzania for the previous 30 years. So think about it. In 1950s, they were buying wild seaweed, bringing it in from fishermen who were collecting the seaweed for them. So they thought this is going to work in Tanzania because there was wild seaweed. And that's how we got started. When we were, giving you a lesson on startups, when we were talking about kind of investment and things like that, and the number came out that you need about $100,000, and it will take you about 2 years to get into commercial farming. 7 years later, $1 million later, I had no seaweed to sell, okay? And I was almost bankrupted. In the process, my father organized a family meeting of the elders and told them that you need to put some sense into this guy. He's sinking money into seaweed. He needs to have his head examined. And I said, fine, I'll go for the head examination. They found everything okay, you know? I mean, but I persisted. So guys, don't give up. You know, keep working at it. It's not an easy road. It's going to be a challenge. Fast forward to today. I just want to show you where we are today as a company.
They said it couldn't be done. Not at a meaningful scale. Not on the coast of Tanzania. But in 1989, everything changed. A quiet coast found its voice. Thousands empowered. Environments restored. Communities enriched. With one revolutionary idea. Witness the transformation of a nation's coastline and the lives of thousands of people. But this isn't just their story. It's mine. I've been here all along, drifting with the tide. Too small to matter, too strange to understand. But inside me, there was always more. The power to feed, to heal, to build something better. I'm not just seaweed. I am a crop with a cause. This is a story of cultivation. I grow more than just myself. I grow opportunity. Of sustainability. I am a protector of the environment. I give more than I take. Of innovation. And I'm just getting started. I am many the Mwani, and what I can become depends on who dares to imagine it. The future is waiting to be unlocked. Cultivate, sustain, innovate with Seaweed Mwani.
Today we produce about 110,000 tons with the capacity to double this production. Challenge, market. This is what all of us are talking about. Dr. Pai, arose by any other names. Like she said to me yesterday, she says, you know, I've been to so many conferences, blah, 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 Europe, Australia, blah, 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 Africa. Is there anything different? No, there isn't. We are all suffering from the same issue of market. So, you know, we are all talking, I mean, there's a lot of discussions, not only here, but in Africa, you know, countries like Ghana, Nigeria, blah, blah, and all these countries are talking about copper ficus as the gold standard and things like that. Let us remember one thing, that I believe 80% or 90% of the copper ficus production that is happening around the world is going in the Caribbean industry. That has its limitations. So the market struggle, we have to compete with the behemoth called Indonesia, you know, which has low production costs, low labor costs, a whole bunch of things, and they have the technology, or let's say the know-how with the population to do these things. It is a challenge. So let us just keep that in mind. I'm just talking about some suggestions, all right? I mean, and this is also to the developers who are looking at going into cultivation of seaweed, you know. So our model is we provide all the inputs to the farmers and all the support that includes boats, lines, the seeds supplies, and the challenge in that environment is that the government has regulation that says that anybody can come and buy the seaweed. So here I am putting the money, and some guy can come and offer $5 more or 5 shillings more and take that thing, and take the seaweed, and it becomes a problem. I'm glad to see here there is talk of leasing of the areas to the companies so that they can have some sort of control over the production that they get. Excuse me. The challenges are very similar to yours, Dr. Mozart. So you took my thunder away by telling in advance, but it's fine, you know. But it is the same thing, and it's going to come here also, all right? It's going to come in Maldives because most of these products somehow, for good or bad, grow in very remote areas because that's where you get the labor. That's where, you know, the areas need development. I want to caution on one thing, and this is the language that I heard a few times in some of the presentations about the support to the communities, the women farmers, the support in the coastal villages and things like that. And these things are very important. But our experience is this. We used to have 15,000 farmers who used to work for us. And we were producing about 12,000 tons, 13,000, I mean, I'm talking dry tons, so 120, 150,000 tons a year. What did we find? 80% of the farmers were smallholder farmers. So they were producing maybe 100 tons, 200 tons, I mean 100 kilos to 200 kilos a month. That is not enough to keep a family alive on a sustainable basis, on a long-term basis. What that does is the complaints from the farmers that the price is too low, you guys are cheating us, blah, 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 blah. The issue was what? That they were not efficient farmers, all right? And that is causing huge amounts of problems politically, all right? And I say this because a lot of these countries that are talking about this development, you are going to be facing the same issues. So what do we need, right? We need fewer farmers who are running a commercial operation so that they are more efficient, they are more independent, and they will make more money. In Indonesia and in Philippines, you see farmers producing up to 7 to 8 tons a year, okay, of seaweed. Now then it becomes a business for everybody, and everybody is happy with that. The Carrageenan market is sort of limited. We know that. It's tightly controlled by 7 or 8 or 10 processors, and it is competing with other gums and other ingredients in this industry. So it's a problem, you know, and it has its limits. And I'm not here to knock the Carrageenan industry. It is very, very important for our business, for the work that they have done. And I'm sure with the interest that is going on in most of the world in increasing the biomass production and stuff like that, and the application universe is expanding, which is all good news, right? So the faster we innovate, the better it's going to be for all of us, you know, and I think India is the right place to start, Brazil. I mean, you guys have the technology, you guys can help us, I mean, you know, in the development. So I think we are going through some exciting times, and I'm hoping that things will only get better in terms of this complaint that is everywhere that I go. Okay, we have the biomass, but there's no market. Or in some places, you have the demand for some activities, but there is no biomass, you know. I mean, let us keep one thing in mind. A lot of R&D that has happened, the money that has gone in the development of applications has happened in the West. And I mean, I'm aware that there are several $100 million that have been given out in the Western countries for development of the applications. But all that research is going on in kelp, all right, the cold water seaweeds. Nothing is happening in the tropical seaweeds. Yet, tropical seaweeds is so far the only species that have proven to be able to be cultivated in mass volumes. But in terms of R&D, there's nothing going in there. So we need to find a way, we need to, I mean, collaborate together as tropical countries to find ways to, I don't know, get some fundings or invest more in it in order to extend the demand of the product, of the raw material. With that said, I thank you very much. It's good to see you all. Thank you for the organizers for organizing this great event. We really appreciate it, you know. And I hope it goes well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moti Fazal.
My friend,
For
I got to correct this. Huh? You guys gave me the title of doctor. I'm no doctor, okay? I mean, I had some people come and ask me some scientific questions, and I said, my friend, I am a dumb businessman. That's it. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for correcting it. I mean, it was indeed a very inspirational talk, and it was very relevant as well. Just a few clarification, what 100,000 tons of your copper ficus, you mean is it a dry ton or wet ton? Okay, you do spinosum. I mean, pardon, I could not hear the earlier answer. 100,000 wet tons. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. And how many such companies might be there in Tanzania? Okay, you're the biggest one. That's good. And I think India also has a, big target to achieve, because we have proposed, 10 million ton wet tons. So I think, a lot more has to be done. And another thing which I would like to inform you, that even the government of India, for the last 5-6 years, it has been very instrumental and is very much pumping in money into the research. So along with CSR, just now DBT Barak call was open, and I think many of the industry partners who are even present here, they also participated, and I'm happy that many of them will be funded. So not only government research, we are also promoting industry research, and that is something new that is happening in India. About Karajinan, definitely Karajinan market has its own limitations. It's really difficult to enter. New person entering into Karajinan market is difficult. But I think we have also a good market of biostimulants. A lot of research has been done on Kappa ficus as a biostimulant, which I think we can share some of the data with you, and you can look for. So thank you very much once again. Now I would welcome Mr. Steven Hermans, founder Phyconomy Belgium. We have heard him earlier also, so now I think we'll be happy to know the latest, what is the latest now. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Morty, for giving me a perfect segue. You talked about markets. Let's talk about markets a little bit more today. I've been observing the seaweed market since 2020, and let me tell you a few of the things I've learned in the past 5 years. So I want to talk first a little bit about the supply side, the state of seaweed production in key markets, and then I've selected a few markets that I think are relevant for India: carrageenan, biostimulants, plastics alternatives, and a few new ones for inspiration. And then I have a few questions for the next 5 years in seaweed, for myself, perhaps also for you. Firstly, there's a lot of numbers here. I took all the, let's say, the 5 major seaweed species in the world: sugar kelp, nori, wakame, eukumatoids, and gracilaria. Production in the main 5 countries: China, South Korea, Japan, Indonesia, and the Philippines, over the past 25 years. And these are the harvest numbers from the FAO. And really, let's say, everybody started their presentation yesterday with the statement that there's 36 million tons of seaweed being harvested in the world, and I have 2 issues with that statement. On the one hand, it's less, it's about 25 million tons. I think most of us know that. And secondly, that this sort of graph that's going up for the past 70 years kind of obscures the fact that this growth, which was very rapid in the past, has been stalling over since, let's say, 2020. So if you look at the table, it's color-coded for the people in the back. So the column on the left there, there's a lot of green. And so this is rapid growth rate for Saccharina, Porphyra, for the eukumatoids, 5–10% every year. More seaweed is being grown. And not Japan, that's been in decline since the 90s, but other countries, other species, they were growing rapidly for decades, right? But if we look at the column on the far right, the yearly growth rate between 2020 and 2023, the latest numbers, it's a lot of red there. So most of these, if you look at Saccharina in Korea, Porphyra in China, etc., also eucomatoids, it's just barely growing, right? Or it's in negative. So the conclusion is that high volume seaweed cultivation in traditional areas has hit certain limits. And yes, we are producing in new areas, India, the Americas, Africa, Europe, everywhere really, but these are still relatively low volumes compared to these traditional core areas. So that's kind of the context. Now let's have a look at the markets. I see some layout issues. First, carrageenan. We didn't talk much about carrageenan yesterday, but it is still the main driver of tropical seaweed production. So I think it's important to devote a few words to it. And so again, there's a lot of numbers, but the top line is in the past 25 years, carrageenan market has grown at, let's say, 1.5% per year. So this is a mature industry that's growing slowly. And looking at the next 25 years for carrageenan, I traveled recently through Indonesia, the Philippines, and talked to other people, and I would say there are three camps. There are the pessimists, people who say that large investments in xanthan gellan gum, other kinds of alternatives, synthetics that are cheaper, will completely outcompete carrageenan. Then there are the optimists and people who say, you know, we have 1 billion new consumers coming up in India, Africa, other parts of the world that are actually getting a new middle class, people who haven't tasted the joys of supermarket food yet. And then finally, people in the middle who say, on the one hand, yes, there has been a lack of innovation and, you know, trends in Europe, US pointing towards less carrageenan, clean label trend, all of this stuff. At the same time, it remains a powerful ingredient for now, right? And there are still more people coming. So my guesstimate is that probably the next 25 years of carrageenan will look a lot like the past 25 years. Just a steady, small growth driven mainly by the rise of the Asian middle class. Having said that, supply risks are rising. Ice disease, fertilizer use, carrageenan content is decreasing. Farmers are getting older. They don't want their children to follow into their footsteps. So that's, having said that, I found these numbers yesterday in the UN Comtrade database. I thought this is interesting. I noticed that carrageenan exports to India from China have decreased by half, and almost all of that, the upside has gone to the Philippines, and none of it to Indonesia. I don't really know why, but yeah, I thought this is interesting. I'll leave that with you. Biostimulants. Some facts about the biostimulant industry. I have now in my database more than 200 seaweed-based biostimulant companies. I've talked to some people yesterday. I need to fill it up. There's more coming all the time, right? It is growing at a yearly, for the past 10 years, biostimulants have grown at about 10% a year globally, projected for the next 10 years to grow again at 10%. And so we're using about 500,000 tons of seaweed today for biostimulants. If we count at 10% a year, we'll need perhaps another 300,000 tons in the next, by 2030, right? And we see biostimulants companies popping up everywhere, in Europe, China, India, the Americas, Africa, everywhere. So I have some questions about that later. Then thirdly, plastics alternatives. What can we say? I was here 3 years ago in Ahmedabad, and we had presentations from Notpla and Zero Circle. And at the time, the most you could say was, well, let's see. It was all still kind of trials, R&D, pilots. And what we can say today is that it is actually working, right? These companies have started selling in the market hundreds of thousands, millions of units, and sales are growing. I talked to Ramesh Molia of a nationwide paper yesterday. This is a very big company. and I think part UK, part Indian, that is also adopted seaweed-based coatings. So this is working, and also funding has kept coming, and so I've tracked for the past 5 years some 1,500 crore Indian rupees invested in these startups. Doubtless it's more. So sales are there, funding is there. This sector is taking off, so that is maybe, it's interesting to follow this. Finally, just for inspiration, I wanted to highlight a few new sectors that have very recently, in the past 6 months, crossed, that made the leap from R&D into commercialization. So we had the first seaweed nanocellulose factory open up in New Zealand a couple of months ago. The first household wastewater treatment plant using seaweeds open up in Australia, also very recently. And 2 million euro was invested in a European seaweed restoration company. So this is not a grant, this is not an NGO, this is a business trying to make a profit. So these are new sectors that are real. This is not R&D anymore. Finally, some questions, something to chew on while we have tea. For biostimulants, I said there's maybe 300,000 tons needed in the next 5 years. Where is that going to come from? Is that all going to be Ascophyllum? Is it going to be Kappa ficus? And which companies will ultimately emerge as winners? And there's more than 200 at the moment, probably hundreds more that I'm not aware of. That's too many, right? So there will need to be some mergers, acquisitions, something like that. In terms of plastics, Chinese companies so far have stayed on the sidelines. They aren't really doing much in these alternatives, but we do see it's moving now. So will these companies start to move in and do things cheaper than companies in Europe, Western startups, etc.? I think we all know the answer already. Still, it will be interesting to follow. And then lastly, and this is maybe more of a geopolitical point or a bigger point about the emerging bioeconomy. Talking to people yesterday, I heard there's not enough seaweed basically in India, right? A lot needs to be imported, or let's say there is a biomass gap, and you have the goal to be self-sufficient, grow 1 million tons of seaweed. Still, I think by the time you get there, we see the demand is growing as well. So I think by the time you get there, you will have to say, like, we need 10 million tons, right? And so I think it's a feeling that it's a structural gap of biomass of seaweed, and that there is a need to get some from abroad. And I would say that Indonesia at the moment is very linked with China. Indonesia is definitely also kind of in a stranglehold with China. It's an unhealthy codependency, and I think both nations could perhaps benefit from each other. So I would urge you to look into that. I'll leave it there. So if you want to dive into this more, I've written a couple of papers recently, as well as my newsletter. You can read more about my opinions and ideas there. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I mean, for a very good insight into the current markets and demands. So with this talk, we can finish the series of talks. And now we have got some time for question and answers. So I urge all of you to use this opportunity to interact with our learned panel members. Yeah. Sushanjit, can you give a mic?
Good morning, guys. That was very entertaining, I must say. hope it's don't, well, let's see. Yeah, I move to the middle because I think I'm too close to the speaker. No, I have two questions. One for Morty and one for Mozart. First of all, Mozart, you're talking about the lack of mechanization, right, in Brazil. But I don't know if you followed the work of Laila Hayashi or of Rodrigo Ucedo de Martinez, because they have done this mechanization. They have automatic harvesters and all this kind of stuff. The videos are on the internet. Did you ever see that?
With Tai?
No, with harvesting.
No, the harvest, to collect.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's what I said, Stefan. I don't think the harvest is difficult, okay, but it's not used there. Most of the people still rely on pulling the ropes from there. We are going to make this in our farm, okay? And because it's not the most difficult one. It's just you have a wheel to make this. There are ways to do this. It's not
exactly.
difficult. The thing for us that is more difficult is the planting of Tai in automatic or in a mechanized way. That's the thing we are challenging.
Would you not then step over to the sock system or a different system?
Sorry?
The sock, the net sock.
The net, tubular net?
Yeah, tubular net, yeah.
In our experience, and Juliano, my associate there, you can talk to him, they don't grow as well. They don't, the seaweed doesn't grow as well as in the Tai method. Although you are going to tell me, well, but maybe you can sacrifice a little bit of growth for mechanization.
No, I'm not going to tell you that, but that is site-specific, I would say.
But it doesn't grow as well. In our experience, we tried tubular net in the beginning, but when you compare to the Tai method, the seaweed grows much better, stronger, and so on.
Okay.
And also because of incrustation also. You get a lot of incrustation in the tubular net and so on. That's
no, but I think it's site-specific. If you're more in the open ocean, rougher water, then you don't have these issues. Then one for Morty. First of all, you mentioned tropical seaweed, Capivicus, Yucuma. It's the only one that is really scaled. But I think you forget about the 20 million tons of Laminaria japonica or the Undaria in Korea. I mean, they are not Western Europe. It's not ascophyllum. They make biostimulant from those as well, besides feed.
So is this cultivated?
It's cultivated, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, China is #1 still in cultivation.
Yeah. So I really am not up to speed on those things, to be frank. You know?
The other question I have for you, who was sitting beside you in the plane? Was that Bixler or Levine?
Bill Blakemore.
Oh, Blake, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah.
This goes before your time, my friend.
No, but I know this guy.
This just goes to show how much younger I am, you know?
We only differ 10 years, man. All right, thanks.
Any more questions? Yeah, I see there.
Hey, hi. So I've been in the conference since yesterday, but I'm hearing the word about this kappa. But why not the sargassum is not being spoken? And I just want to know whether it has no impact on it or this kappa has been highlighted because it has more impact when compared to sargassum. So just want to know about this from the expertise from you.
So who are you addressing this question to?
Maybe to the general audience. I think I have an answer.
Okay, then I'll take this opportunity to answer you. No, I mean, what you are telling is very true, okay? In fact, in India, we have more sargassum, okay, being actually there, okay? So, whereas for the world average, it is 95% cultivated, in India, this figure is actually not applicable. So, we have a good amount of sargassum also, and it's a beach cast as well as it is, divers go and harvest it. And answering your specific questions, whether sargassum has any use, sargassum does have a lot of use. It has been proved as a very good biostimulant in the recent years as well as in the past. So making use of sargassum is really one of the most important thing which India is also doing. Okay.
So, yeah. Sure, thanks, Farhan. Maybe a sub-question to that. So in that case, maybe what would be the global potential on sargassum in that case?
I just wanted to add one thing that for sargassum and several of the brown seaweed species, at least in Europe, they generally have too high arsenic levels for being used in animal feed. So that can also be one of the reasons that...
Maybe I am into this field just at 3 months old. I'm just a new kid into it. So I've did some few researches around sargassum, but I'm not explored into kappa as such, but basically it is for biostimulant as such. So just I want to know if I'm riding in a proper direction or I need to do some tweak on it. That's the reason I just raised this question around. And also I would like to know how there's a potential to import it from the global market of sargassum.
So I think I'll allow Stephen to answer the potential part of his question. And for the other questions, I think we can take it offline. So we'll give opportunity to other speakers as well, other people as well.
Yes, there is some sargassum being turned into biostimulants in the Caribbean, I know, but in general, I think it's just lacking more data, more trials, and also just there's competition from other seaweeds, and so I think there's much more data on other upcoming things like macrocystis, for instance, nereocystis. So sargassum isn't, I guess, the most sort of the easiest one to valorize in that way, but doesn't mean that it's impossible. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm from animal health industry, and I just wanted to add to whatever he has said. In animal health, we are using sargassum for last 25 years. I am using sargassum for last 25 years for poultry as well as for dairy feed additives. And they are giving excellent results.
Yes, true. So next, yeah. Mr. Tanmay.
It's in front, right in front.
In front row.
Question is to Dr. Mozart, just to ask, is the Kappa ficus, do you already have SRC processing capacity built in Brazil? And are you consuming all that you produce locally, or is it being exported to carrageenan processors globally?
Well, would you like to buy my Kappa ficus? I would be happy, please. No, everything we produce, we process, and we sell in the national market. That's what we do. We don't have enough to export. That's what you're asking.
Do you have carrageenan plants in Brazil?
No, we don't. There are some carrageenan industries in Brazil, but not very many. Brazil depends a lot of imported carrageenan. We are thinking about doing it, but our main target is biostimulants and other products. That's not, but we don't have enough still to export. Even not to attend the agribusiness in Brazil, as even Stephen has pointed, that's a big question. Are we going to have enough biomass to, attend the demand of the agribusiness? In Brazil, I can tell you no, there is not enough biomass because we are a country that uses a lot of biostimulants. Acadia, for instance, is now really entering strong in Brazil, and other companies are coming. I think, I'm not sure, that C6 Energy even wants also now to come to Brazil, as far as I heard. So we don't have enough biomass for that, okay?
And one more follow-up question is, what is the biostimulant regulation you mentioned is not clear, but where is it at and how does a biostimulant currently sell in the market?
Here, in Brazil?
In Brazil? Yeah.
That's what I said in my presentation. We don't have a very clear legislation. If you want to register your extract as a biostimulant, you have to add something on it that you can register it as a organic, organo-mineral biofertilizer or as a biofertilizer. So you, for instance, because seaweed-based biofertilizer in Brazil, you have to have 5% of alginate. That is what ascophyllum provides, okay? But Kappa ficus doesn't have alginate. So that's in discussion in Brazil, but already for many, many years, that's a request we have that they find a way of, that we can register biostimulant. But it's what P has shown, you know, to run this legislation in a serious way, you know, you have to have really lots of things that you have to attend, right? Because the biostimulant, today people get anything and make 1, 2 experiments and say, well, my crop grows, so it's a biostimulant. It's not really like this. And I just like to complement something about sargassum. We have also to think, guys, that it's not to adapt the seaweed to what the market wants sometimes, you know? So every seaweed now is going to become biostimulants. No, I think it's what we saw yesterday in the posters, is we need more research and development. And to take the seaweeds, the different seaweeds, and to find their molecules, their compounds, and then we are going to see, well, this is very interesting for this and this and this. And not just to get every seaweed is going to become biostimulants. That's also one thing. We need real research and development. And what Faisal said, young people, we need you. We need you to continue research and to do this. Thank you.
I think we'll allow 2 more questions. In Maldives, is there any difficulty with the turtles? That's his question. Lakshadweep.
Yeah, Maldives, they have turtles, but they have doing a fencing by fish net. So not like, I don't know, heavy in Lakshadweep. Yeah. No, there are some islands. The island which have started pilot scale in Ekashtu, they have turtles. So they have done fencing.
No, Siva, we know that we started our cultivation operation 2024. We have initiated the cultivation in Pehando. And anyway, you have presented the slide in that, no problem.
Yeah. So but I'm telling about the pilot we have done in Ekashtu Island, in Shaviani Atoll. That is very far from what you are doing. So that the pilot by SIMD group.
No, majorly I'm telling that.
So they have first started in 2014 and trial, because of turtle, they are finding difficult to cultivate. So they have done a fish net.
The present case, so, I'm telling that Maldives is having 1,200 islands. In that 200 is inhabited. So we have a lot of potential there in Maldives. So present case, there is no problem with the turtles in where we are doing the operation in
the island you are working is not turtle. So there are islands which are turtles.
Okay. But yes, in Lakshadweep, turtle is a problem. So I think one more question.
So this is a kind of layman's question to the panel. As Sam mentioned, sargassum is, they are doing immerse, seeing good results with respect to cattle and agriculture like subject. I just want to know from the panel, from the available species in India like sargassum, ulvar, kappa ficus or grass-related dura, whatever, which is best for crop, agriculture? Which one is the best among the available species?
See, all these seaweeds, they are different, okay? Some are brown, some are red, some are green. So if you want to, I mean, you cannot really categorize because the biostimulant components in each of them will be different, okay? So it depends on the trial results, what you get. And now, I mean, answering your question and combining his concern, Dr. Mozart's concern, in India, we have actually allowed combination of seaweed biostimulants as well. So that actually solves the problem that it's not only alginate that is required, you can also have carrageenan as well. So, I mean, we have had results, okay? We have had good results on kappa ficus, we have had good results in gracilaria. More or less, they are all at par. So, even for sargassum, it is at par. Okay, so they are all good. And I'll not say all the seaweeds are good because we have some results where some of the seaweed biostimulants were detrimental. Okay, some of the species were detrimental. So, I mean, it all depends. That's why the trials, agricultural trials, very robust agricultural trials are required. And that's what is allowed, I mean, that's what is the requirement for FCO guidelines in India. Okay,
What
thank
about
you.
sargassum, sir?
Yes, it also has very good biostimulant property. You can look into a lot of publications that has been published by CSM CRI Bhavnagar. Okay, you can look into the internet. If you are not getting, just write it to me. I'll share with you. Okay,
Fine. Thank you.
I just wanted to add that everything is not only dependent on the seaweed, it's also depending on what crop you're putting the seaweed on, what stage you're putting the seaweed, and what you want to obtain. Is it that you want to have maximum growth, leaf growth, or you want to have maximum production of the fruits? Depends on your problem.
Thank you, that's right. So one more question, and that is the last question. Yeah, Madam, Dr. Velasama.
Sir, we have been discussing about various products from seaweeds. So my query is regarding to the panel in general is how we are going to address the issue of this heavy metal bioaccumulation by seaweeds when we are targeting the seaweed for the production of human food. So is there any standard? You know, I think that we are not having any unified standard at international level. So how we are going to address this issue for human food applications? Thank you.
So in fact, a few years back, okay, we took a resolution at CSM CRI that whatever seaweed is to be used for human food, that will not be in the sea that is contaminated with heavy metals. So it will be land-based cultivation, and that is what we are following. So we are we are having good endeavors in cultivating monostroma, ulva, and even now we have started even using sargassum, cultivation techniques. We are trying to develop sargassum cultivation techniques also inland. So as far as food is concerned, definitely heavy metals is a concern which you cannot negate because seaweed, especially the brown seaweeds, have a tendency to accumulate heavy metals. So land-based cultivation is the only option, or do it in pristine areas like Lakshadweep. Okay, we had a lot of food products in the stall yesterday. We tasted, and they're really, it's for the first time it's coming in so many different types. And that was done in Lakshadweep. And Lakshadweep is having absolutely pristine waters. So those are the areas which we should target. Thank you so much.
If I can just add on what is done in Europe, they are currently doing the legislation for heavy metal values in seaweed, and it is being negotiated. And there it's not dependent on where the seaweed are harvested, it's just dependent on the level of heavy metals in the seaweed.
Right. Like for biostimulants also, we have prescribed the heavy metal limits. So if it is within the limits, the biostimulant is allowed, otherwise it is not. So same is going to be for food products as well. We have to be very careful. Thank you very much. And with this, I think I can conclude this session. We had an extremely good question and answer session as well, with a lot of, many knowledge and, very experienced panel members. Thank you very much, all of you.
So big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that fantastic session. Very well conducted by Dr. Arup Ghosh. Thank you, sir. So before we end, may I request Dr. Ghosh to present mementos to our distinguished guests on the stage, to Dr. P. Nival. Dr. Nival, please. Dr. Mozart Marines. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए, boss, please. These guys have flown out from one part of the world. Mr. Shivaram Kulendra. Dr. Morty Fazal. And Mr. Stephen Hermans. And may I request all our guests to kindly join us for a group photo in front. May I request all of you to just join us in front for a group photo, please. Okay, with that we come to the first session of day 2. We break now for 15 minutes for tea and coffee. You can go to the dining area, have your tea and coffee. But I would request you to quickly join us within 15 minutes. We'll start our session 2 of day 2. I would like to make very important couple of announcements. Number 1, please get your coupons, lunch coupons for the day from our registration counter. Please collect your lunch coupons from registration counter. This is for our attendees. Speakers are exempt. Thank you, ma'am. We have with us, we are very lucky in fact, to have with us Dr. Deepak Samuel V., Scientist E, Conservation of Coastal and Marine Resources Division, NCSCM, one of the very important agencies with respect to seaweed. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Next guest speaker for us is Dr. Devu D. He is the Senior Scientist at CMFRI, Veraval. All the way from Gujarat to attend this session. Thank you, Dr. Devu. May I also take this opportunity to welcome and invite Dr. Amita Ganpati B., who is DGM Agri Services, Zwari Farm Hub Limited, one of our partners. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for being with us. And virtually, we will be joined by Professor Juliet Brody. I think she's already there. She is Merit Researcher, Phycology Research, Natural History Museum, London. And we will also be joined by Professor Elizabeth Coote-Cook, who is the Professor in Marine Biology, University of Highlands and Islands, and the Scottish Association for Marine Science. She would be joining shortly, I suppose. So now, may I request Dr. Shobna to start the session, please.
Good morning, all of you. And it's my pleasure to invite you to the session on seaweed for climate resilience and environmental sustainability. The theme of the session is most relevant as we face serious challenges from climate change, ocean warming, acidification, threat to coastal marine biodiversity, and increasing vulnerability of the coastal communities. In addition to these ecosystem issues, due to this climate related issues, it is highly important, and this seaweeds offer one of the most important nature-based solutions for both climate mitigation as well as adaptation. And as already expressed by previous speakers, seaweeds contribute to carbon sequestration, then uptake of nutrients and bioremediation, and also methane emission, reduction of methane emission, feed additives incorporating seaweeds can lead to methane emissions. And in addition to this ecosystem roles, they also offer sustainable livelihood opportunities for the coastal communities, including women. As we have experienced from our Mandapam Regional Center, like a lot of women are involved in coastal seaweed farming. So this is in alignment with the goal of our country's goal on inclusive and climate smart development. But to fully realize the potential of seaweeds as towards climate resilience, it is important to have strong collaboration between the researchers, industry, and the other stakeholders, and that is why ICC is organizing this event, that is India International Seaweed Expo and Summit every year. And today we have 5 speakers with diverse expertise and they will share their insights on how seaweed related interventions can contribute to strengthen climate resilience as well as contribute towards climate resilience. So we have 5 speakers. Dr. Deepak, may I invite Dr. Deepak Samuel, Scientist E from Conservation, NCCSM, Chennai, for his presentation. Thank you.
Check. Good morning, everyone. Probably good afternoon, everyone. I want to extend my gratitude to ICC, very especially to Sanjay ji for closely monitoring me. I was, in a dilemma whether my permissions will be allowed for me to come here. But anyways, at the last time, ministry somehow cleared my travel, and also to the chair and all the people, the experts who are there. I don't have a presentation per se, but I would just like to tell a little bit about our institution and what kind of interventions to mitigate climate change can happen through seaweed farming. Basically, I represent a ministry which is a regulatory ministry, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So there are zones which we can cultivate, there are zones which we cannot cultivate. All that comes from studies from the ministry. And NCSM also is a pioneer institution in mapping. All the CRZ, the coastal regulation maps you see for the country, be it the coastal states or union territories, are prepared at NCSM. And the coastal zone management plans that are prepared for each and every state in the terms of coastal planning, that also includes aquaculture with inputs from CAA or fishery zones, ports, everything is mapped by NCSM. And that's the role that we have. And with the mushrooming of the concept of the blue economy, we see that aquaculture has become very important. We have different terms, we call it mariculture, but anyway, it's aquaculture, that's the present. And the seaweeds are identified as one of the most important resources for blue economy potentials. Since we have a session on climate change, probably I would also like to inform you that NCSM also prepares vulnerability maps for the entire coast. In pilots, we have done for 3 states in 24 target landscapes funded by the Green Climate Fund under the UNDP through the ministry, where we have done a cumulative vulnerability index, which comprises of physical vulnerability, ecological vulnerability, and socio-ecological vulnerability. And these are put together to derive at an index called as the CVI, which allows you to understand what are the potential vulnerable areas, including multiple parameters, right from storm surges, tsunamis, 100 years predictions, with people's livelihood potential, dependence on the coast for the resources, age group, sex ratio, everything is taken care. So that is the kind of output we produce. So if you are going for a farm, in the coastal area or maybe in deep waters, then probably we'll be in a position to tell you whether these areas, whether they fall within the vulnerability category or not. Having said that, let us now dive deep into the seaweed. In the wild, we do have a lot of seaweeds available, and the potential for carbon sequestration of these wild seaweed is equivalent to 173 metric ton carbon per year, with approximately 61 to 268 MTC per year. That's the kind of potential we have in the wild if we talk about carbon sequestration of seaweeds. But please remember that the carbon sequestration happens in three forms. If it is buried in sediments, number two, it sinks in deep ocean. Number three, if it is stored long term in the biological system. If you're going to have a system for a short time, culture, harvested, carbon is gone. So when we talk about carbon sequestration, you should be very clear that it is a long-term process. Below ground carbon or above mass, whatever. In the terrestrial, we talk about above mass also. And in terms of aquaculture, the contribution at the moment for carbon sequestration is basically, depending on the species, is about 1 to 3.4 kilogram carbon per meter square. And among all the species that are climate resilient in terms of being cultured, you see that brown seaweeds have the higher carbon sequestration potential. There's no presentation, so you don't have to look at the screen there. I don't have a presentation, it's just because most of the things is covered by previous sessions and previous speakers. So laminaria, a cold water species of brown seaweed, is supposed to have the maximum of having 1,156 carbon per hectare per year potential. And also we have Eclonia and Capaphagous striatum. Now if we ask the scientists from Botanical Survey of India, you know that Capaphagous alvarez was introduced to India, and BSI strongly believes that Capaphagous alvarezi is a technologically developed product of, technologically developed the Capaphagous alvarezi. So the mother of Capaphagous alvarezi is Capaphagous striatum. I mean, there are a lot of schools of thought, there are a lot of conflicts that are there, but still, it's always good to know the origin from where it came from. And also, the capacity of the Capaphagous group itself is about 125.5 carbon per hectare per year. Geladium has got around 17. And in terms of, as I told you, brown has got the highest carbon potential sequestration. Again, as I told you, in culture, it's very difficult for us to say that whether carbon is sequestered or not, because we are removing the carbon from the source area. Secondly, for example, there are 4 systems considered very important on the coast: mangroves, salt marsh, seagrass, and seaweeds. Seaweeds comes the last, but then when it's buried in the natural system and when it is taken into deep ocean, then the carbon sequestration is spoken about in detail. And also, many of our colleagues spoke about the problems that we have. One of the dangers climate change perspective changes is that the sea surface temperature increase. Now, ice ice is one of the important disease that we've seen, and it has been, even we have witnessed, we did a study for the World Bank way back in 2016, the impact of Capaphagous on reef ecosystems. And our conclusion was that, unlike others, we didn't say it can invade, but it has got the potential to spread. But in India, mainly the problem is that it cannot sexually propagate. It requires cooler waters. Whereas in the Hawaii, you see it has taken over. So, Capaphagous is encouraged, but the finding given by NCSM was that avoid sensitive areas where there are sensitive systems like corals, mangroves, seagrass, and salt marsh. Besides the ice, because of climate change, we also have problems from epiphytes. We have problems from endophytes, bacterial, fungal diseases. On top of that, when culture is happening, we also have grazers, that is rabbit fishes. They love to nibble on this Capaphagous, and or any other vegetation, any vegetation that is there, they'd like to nibble on. We must also understand that, the diversity increases, we put any structure in water. It is not just seaweed rafts, it is not just artificial reefs, it is not just fish aggregation devices. You put any structure underwater, the biodiversity enhances. But now, in a scenario where the sea surface temperature is increasing and there is a problem with the warming up of waters leading to El Nino phenomenon, leading to coral bleaching and so on, the conflicting threats naturally occurring rather than anthropogenic threats ultimately leads to a lot of challenges coming up. So, what I'm trying to say is that seaweed is considered as one of the important industries for blue economic development in the country. But we have to be wise where to cultivate, where not to cultivate. Number one, what species to cultivate. I'm really happy that the previous session also had speakers speaking about diversification of seaweed culture instead of monospecific cultivation. We have to diversify because monospecific cultivation is not also good for a very long term. So species like Gracilaria dura, Gelidiella, Hypnea, again, we have to experiment and see how good potential can come. That is in terms of the species per se. Now what about the community? What about livelihoods? Now one of the presentations, I think it was from the Tanzanian presentations or other one, the last presentation, we see that fishermen are slowly moving away from fish-related activities. And many of my colleagues in the fishery department also will agree. They want the next generation to move into education, they want to wean them away from aquaculture. So who are going to take part in that, okay? We welcome for industries to take part, but who will be the laborers? That's again a big question that we have. And in a climate-prone impact generation that we are in, we have to also keep our eyes open and see what are the opportunities present, who will be the people will be roped in. Maybe they are players not in the fishing community, they are players from outside. Ultimately, all working for the benefit of the community's livelihood. And finally, I spoke about the species, diversification of the species. I spoke about how environmental safeguards are also very important. And secondly, I spoke about livelihood. And finally, as I told in the beginning, blue economy is one of the vision of the Prime Minister of India, and through the PMSSY, we have a lot of funding available through the Ministry of Fisheries. So it's the right time to tap the resources, but make sure that it doesn't end up as another experiment. It's time that we take the production levels to meet the international demands and to take it forward. With that, I will just thank the chair and the organizers for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Samuel, for that informative presentation. And next presenter is Dr. Divu, Senior Scientist. Senior Scientist from ICR CMFRA, Veravel Regional Station.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I think for the last 1.5 days, we have listened to several of these aspects. And today's session, just like Shobana Madam has told, mostly climate aspects, how we are covering, or what are all the intentions behind seaweed farming. Just like the vision of India, how that blue economy can be developed through such type of resources, which is quite non-conventional for this country. So under this, the title has been made in such a way that seaweed for climate resilience and environmental sustainability, because these are all the quite typical words we are using nowadays in almost every aspects or any developmental activities. These are all the key pillars if we want to take up that activity still further. So in this one, the main things we have aimed is nature-based solutions. That is nothing new we are going to add into this. And the main thrust, the blue economy, unless and until some revenue generation or any climate development activities are not happening, how it will be sustainable. And then most importantly, coastal livelihood. Since it is such a populated country, livelihood is one of the main aim for any of such activities to take up in a larger scale. So this is just about the brief about seaweeds, which now I think almost everyone who were listening all the sections are quite aware about. And I just want to stress a few of these things. That is just like, these are all considered just like ecological backbone, which we were knowing much before, and more thrust has been given to with a holistic approach so that development also will happen along with ecological maintenance too. So it's just like the way how just earlier Deepak sir has been mentioned. It provides habitat and food for marine life and support biodiversity. So this is not only supporting biodiversity apart from, because most of these conservation type of activities or biodiversity maintenance, the main issue for any of these developing countries is something like production. If we are preventing any revenue from such type of activity, it will create a hue and cry for this coastal ecosystems or the coastal societies who are all mainly using these resources. So this will be something like a dual purpose. It will conserve biodiversity, along with that it will develop some revenues. And environmental guardian, just like many of the cyclones or thunderstorms or many of the things are due to this climate change, it is happening. And it is something like it protects the shore to a greater extent, just like seaweed, mangroves or seagrass ecosystems. They will protect the coastal erosion, And many of such type of calamities, to a greater extent, they will support the shores. And most importantly, it filters most of the pollutants. And the main greenhouse gas, carbon dioxide, has been absorbed by this particular growing ecosystem of seaweeds and seagrasses. Then it is something like a nutritional powerhouse, which very detailedly covered yesterday's presentations. And then it is one of the sustainable solutions. That is, it creates some revenues and ecological maintenance, along with that some livelihood opportunities too. So climate change, I think now everyone will be very much aware about. This is just like a brief about how this is giving it off. I am not going so detail into that. And this is just a pictorial depiction how it will be affecting. And so the main global shift nowadays is towards nature-based solutions, because that is the crux of the present economy or the present global conditions. And then the main blue economy interventions, what are all the things can be made over this, so that a sustainability and a production can be enhanced. And why this is so important is, this seaweed, it is having the potential of high biomass productivity. That is in a span of something like no other crops which are offering. Some a span of somewhere around 40 to 60 days of cultivation. It is something like doubling or tripling its biomass. And the other main things, why it is so important, it is something like it doesn't require any fresh water per se. I am mostly dealing with the sea, and since CMFRA is main mandate with the sea, that's why we are orienting more towards seawater. So freshwater need is quite poor, not poor, it does not require fresh water. And then no need of any fertilizer, something like natural farming. Now it is getting more momentum. We are not adding any inputs over that. And even if you want to do such cultivations in arable land or otherwise salt pans or marshy areas where no other cultivation is possible, if seawater availability is there, good clarity is there, you can go for the seaweed farming. So all the aspects will be covered under this. So quite much carbon reduction is happening through seaweed farming activity. Then its ability to support just carbon reduction, nutrient ecosystem services, which all of you are quite aware about. Then the environmental sustainability co-benefits. That is, we are not telling exactly direct benefit. It is some other benefit. It is giving some major thrust benefit. Along with that, it is giving some, just like land and freshwater footprints are quite low, because it is not creating any much of impact over these resources, which is very precious nowadays. And then the nutrient uptake potential is quite high, because that which will cover in the subsequent slides also. And it is creating a circular bioeconomy. So in a closed loop, we can do the production, we can consume it, along with several environmental benefits we are getting into this. And this is something like little more glimpse about the contributions towards sustainability. The coastal water quality, because you know that due to many effluents and other pollutions, the water is getting polluted towards the coastal areas. By doing such type of activities, which earlier our eminent other speakers were also been mentioned, its absorption capacity of nutrients is quite high, amazingly high. So the dissolved or particulate nutrients also will be removed from the systems to a greater extent, and then provides alternative to high emission products. Just like land-based cultivation you just look into, chemical fertilizers are very much essential nowadays. Even though natural farming or zero budget farming we are proposing, the productivity levels we cannot boost to a greater extent all on a sudden. It takes some time for the land or water to get adapted to that condition, so that the proper nutrients will be developed over this. And in this case, when we are looking into this seaweed farming or such type of activities, no use of chemical fertilizers are required. You just need to allow the plant to grow there in the sea. You need not add any nutrients. So it is something like no emission, it is per se producing. And just like the way how once we are using this for, just like earlier in the last session of yesterday's topic, so many plastic alternatives were being, that is degradable products can be developed on as a substitute to the plastic. Seaweeds are quite much in use. Then animal feed inputs, which were also been mentioned, methane emission can be reduced to a greater extent. And just like earlier, one of our delegates were been mentioning, even for cattle and all these things, even CMFRA also did several studies. even a fraction of something like 8 to 10% incorporation into the cattle feed, because cattle bovine population is quite high in India and such type of countries, where even along with the feed some 8 to 10% incorporation also you are doing, somewhere around 40 to 60% methane reduction is happening from its all the waste which is coming from the cattle. So such a potential is there, and many species, I think somewhere around 10 to 12 species were being tested, because India is having such a diversity over a quite seaweed species, and many of the species are suitable for this activity. And then biodiversity, how it is supporting that we know, that zero waste processing, all these parts we have covered. Then just like how sir has been told, capturing of carbon. So earlier some of our delegates were telling why sargassum has been not mentioned. I don't know, maybe luckily I have put a word of the sargassum, because why we have aimed, because this is one of the naturally available seaweeds all along the coast. Let it be in west coast or east coast, we will get quite quantum in a natural way. Per se now presently we need not have to culture, and many of the companies where has been using this round seaweed to a greater extent for many of the value added products. And apart from that, those locations where the natural collection during monsoon or post monsoon season, which naturally happening in many coasts, they are using for even mulching or sap production or many of these activities such are were been using. So just simply as a purpose, since due to its natural uses which were quite much prevailing much before times, we have added that sargassum names also. And that carbon sequestration thing, Deepak sir has clearly covered, because many times these misconceptions will happen, carbon sequestration and all these things. We are not telling like that. With the seaweed farming, we are directly aiming towards the carbon sequestration. We are trying to absorb the available carbon dioxide which is producing through this mass scale cultivation, and we just want to make it something like a carbon credit, which is directly we can use it for. Because now many may be aware or some may be unaware, when we are doing such type of zero budget farming or natural farming, it is considered something like we are keeping some carbon credits, which some other industries or some other source which are emitting to the nature. So it is something like a counterbalance, and it is giving something like whenever you are getting some economics from that, that activity will be boosted much more and its adoption rates will be quite high. So this seaweed farming, we are just projecting it something like carbon credit manner. So the more the quantum you are absorbing the carbon dioxide in the form of cultivating seaweed, such much credit, and that estimation of that credit, how much carbon has been removed from the seawater, which will otherwise add towards the ocean acidification and other parts of climate change aspects, that will be reduced to a greater extent. Then next one is this blue carbon, which I don't think so much we need to mention about this. And much important thing is that this particular activities, let it be natural conservation of seaweeds or otherwise cultivation of this seaweed farming activities, it is supporting quite many SDGs, which the Sustainable Development Goals coined by United Nations, and India is one of the signatory. By this one single activity, many of these sustainable development goals country can achieve with. Only this one activity. I don't think so any other commercial activities which are coming up which can cater to this many number of SDGs. And blue carbon interaction, which we were just mentioned, how it will be done, and Deepak sir has been very nicely mentioned how it is going down and absorbed in the sediments, or for a long time it is getting stored in deeper waters, or otherwise. And then apart from this, when then many may have the doubt if you are doing the cultivation, then how this reduction. So if our transportation cost increases along with any of its commercial utilization, there is a chances of carbon dioxide will be added to that. Then in a more technical way or in a scientific oriented productive way to neutralize this one, we can tell like that. In carbon credit, produce more, less transportation you do, and do the value addition to the nearest location where such production is happening, to a greater extent it can be reduced. So your carbon credit can be obtained or can be sustained a little more. And when we are looking into the facts and figures, the quantitative carbon dynamics with the seaweed farming, see, it is very well proven that an average of photosynthetic rate through carbon seaweed farming is something like 2 to 10 grams of carbon per meter square per day can be absorbed by these macrophytes, just like the seaweeds. Let it be green, brown, or any of red, any of these things, that capacity is there. That is considerably quite huge when we are looking into our marine ecosystem, which very underutilized by our country. So when we are going such type of activities, this much primary productivity level, once it is increasing, that much nutrient or eutrophication influences can be reduced in the coastal waters. Then the carbon sequestration potential also has been estimated for specifically. This is most mainly to us about Kappa ficus, because that is one of the commercial seaweed which is having high demand presently. When we are getting into any such mass scale activities, the particular species which is having a quite good market demand and having diversified users and an excellent growth rate, that species which are producing than indigenous ones are our exotic species is Kappa ficus. Now we cannot tell like that Kappa ficus is exotic, just like sir has been mentioned, its sexual reproduction is not happening, and still CMFRA is believing like that it is not an invasive species, but the ministry is believing that it is an invasive species. That contradiction still it is running. But per se, as per our research and things, we are not feeling like that it is an invasive species. Maybe vegetative fragments, if somewhere it is getting depositing, it may be growing. Yes. Then ecosystem interactions which we have mentioned, this has been covered. Yes. Yes, alternate livelihood which is creating, and then this is one of the important thing. We are, as a Mariculture Institute, we are proposing that integrated multi-trophic aquaculture only, IMTA. So whenever commercial scale activities of fish production or shrimp production is happening, we are always recommending some bivalve species and seaweed. And we have standardized based upon the outputs or nutrient release from the system, how much quantum of seaweed need to be integrated so that dissolved inorganic nutrients or organic nutrients will be released from the water. Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Divu, for that well-structured presentation highlighting the importance of seaweeds as nature-based solutions for like climate resilience and also importance of seaweeds in blue economy, blue carbon sequestration, and also in bioremediation. Thank you. And the next presenter is Dr. Amrita Ganapati, DGM Agri Services Seaweed Farm Hub Limited. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Amita. I am representing Zuari Farm Hub Limited. I am accompanied with our category head, Mr. Neeraj and Ms. Priya, and also our scientist, Dr. Manoj and Bhavish. So we all know whatever the climate change, it is not a future concern, it is a current reality because it is affecting our ecosystem, food security, and as well as livelihood. So today I will be talking on overlooked marine resource, which all been discussing from yesterday, seaweed for the climate resilience and environmental sustainability. Next slide. So where yeah. So climate change, it didn't happen overnight. So it way back origin during the Industrial Revolution, where industries were developed to reshape the economy and society. So during those periods, primary source of energy was fossil fuel, so which has led a large-scale greenhouse gas emission. Parallelly, world population also grew along with the global GDP. This led the emission of carbon dioxide, and this resulted in the 1.2 degrees centigrade global warming, which is above the pre-industrial levels. So human activity has caused the global warming through deforestation, fossil fuel combustion, and agriculture, which released greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane which led to the global warming, which already was discussed by our previous panel. This affected the environment, especially habitat destruction, and finally, it is affecting the human mitigation as well as and creating a conflict among the humans. So if you see the data, so in 2022, almost the carbon dioxide emission reached 37.15 trillion kilograms. And we all know ocean absorbs almost around 30% of carbon emission, which has altered the ocean chemistry. So over past 250 years, almost ocean has absorbed nearly 560 billion tons of carbon dioxide. This led all the global community to collectively take an action to reduce the carbon dioxide level and bring the global warming below 2 degrees centigrade. So this how the Paris Agreement and UNFCCC supports have come up with lot of biological strategy like nature-based strategy which can reduce the carbon dioxide level. The concept of blue carbon becomes important in this process. So blue carbon is nothing but a coastal and a marine ecosystem which act as a biological method to reduce the carbon dioxide, in which seaweed marine microalgae is emerging as a promising solution for it. We all know seaweed had a multidimensional advantage like climate change mitigation to biodiversity benefits to coastal protection as well as its application in agriculture and industries. Among these advantages, the carbon sequestration potential is very important one. So already Dr. Dev has mentioned like how our seaweed absorbs the atmospheric carbon dioxide to the photosynthesis, and those dead seaweed floats in the sea and then finally sinks, and that's how the carbon sequestration in the deep sea happen. So if you look into the data, almost 35 times more efficiently these seaweeds can absorb the carbon compared to the terrestrial plants. So if you look, approximately 56 million tons of carbon to the deep sea is being transported to the seaweed forest, and 4 to 44 million tons is sequestered for at least 100 years. Can somebody help me? It is stuck. Oh, I think. Oh, yeah, fine, back. Yeah. This is, I need to go back. Yeah, sorry. The next important benefit of the seaweed is the ocean acidification. So in the last slide I mentioned almost 30% of the carbon dioxide is absorbed by the seaweed, and which has absorbed by the ocean, in which almost the pH of the sea has decreased from 8.2 to 7.4 by the end of the millennium. So the main reason is like when the ocean absorbs the atmospheric carbon dioxide, there it releases the carbonic acid, and the hydrogen ions affects the ocean pH. So basically the seaweed absorbs this carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and buffers the pH. It converts into the carbonates where the pH of the sea will be maintained. Because we all know calcium carbonate is very much essential for the marine life such as coral and shell. So this is how it helps in the ocean acidification. So seaweed is not just limited to the chemistry, it also plays an important role in the protection. Like it helps in controlling the wave, sediment stabilization, biodiversity support, and also improves the water quality by absorbing the nitrogen and phosphorus, and already I discussed about the ocean identification and the climate change mitigation. So looking into this advantage, seaweed farming is a sustainable climate solution because where there is no water, no fertilizer, zero nutrient absorption, and low greenhouse gas emission. And also it plays an important and in the economic and resource potential such as biofuels and bioplastic, along with the climate mitigation and carbon sequestration. So already from last 2 days we've been discussing about a diversified use of seaweed, but today I'll be talking about its advantage especially in the agriculture. So in agriculture, the seaweed act as a biostimulant because biostimulants helps in enhancing the nutrient uptake. It also helps maintaining the soil health, and also it helps in maintaining the stress tolerance by the bioactive components available in the seaweed such like polysaccharides, vitamins, amino acids, and many more hormones. So based on this, Zuari Farm have also few seaweed products in our portfolio, which I like to take few minutes and discuss about that. One product is Kelpac. It is 100% seaweed extract made up of Ecolonia maxima. So we all know the product quality depend upon the area from where we harvest, the part of the seaweed we use, and the method of extraction we go, and also the component which we use in the formulation. So if you look into this Kelpac product, it has been imported from kelp product, South Africa, and this seaweed is extracted from Atlantic coastal of South Africa, and they have followed the cold cellular burst process. So that is how it is unique from the other products. And the major advantage is along with the plant growth, it also acts as an antimicrobial activity, and we have this product in our portfolio. The second product is Navaratna Power. It is based off Ascophyllum nodosum. This also comes under the biostimulant product, and we all know brown algae is rich in alginates, which helps in the hold of moisture. It acts as a sponge, and we have these product in the form of both a bag and a bucket, and the application per acre is 10 kg. And third unique product is Action Red. So this is also a biostimulants based product, and we have developed this product based on omics technology. It is nothing but an optical metabolic induction through cell signaling, where here the active molecule in the product send a signal to the cell receptor, which in turn informs the hormones, which helps in increasing the plant growth. So this technology is known as omics, and the recommendation is 3 kg per acre. The uniqueness of this product compared to the other granules, the dosage is very minimal. It's around 3 kg per acre, and the base material is dolomite and a zeolite, where whatever the existing product we have in the market is made up of bentonite, where dolomite and zeolite had its own advantage as it acts as maintains the pH, and also zeolite contains a silicon component, so it is an additional property. And the fourth one is the excellent. It is a combination of both red algae and the blue algae, and it is in the liquid form, and we recommend both soil drenching and foliar spray. For more details of the product, anyway, we have our category head and our scientists, offline we can discuss with them. And the last but one, the product is Fertigel. It is a gel. This is also based on T-ton technology, where the active components attach the cell receptor and in turn give signals to the root hormones. So that is how we use this product for while during the application of fertilizers, and this has its own advantage, enhance the growth and higher production as well as microbial development, and this basically helps in the nutrient use efficiency. And the last is the impact, where yesterday itself Dr. Srinivas from Topical and Dr. Suresh sir has talked about this rhodophyte, and we also have this product in our portfolio, and we recommend around 100 gram per acre. With this note, I like to conclude saying that seaweed-based solution offer a unique intersection of climate mitigation and environmental sustainability and agriculture productivity. So harnessing this potential can significantly contribute to a resilient and a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Namita, for highlighting your industry perspectives and seaweed-related products, in addition to the relevance of seaweeds in climate resilience. Thank you. And our next presenter is joining us online. It is Professor Juliet Brody, Merit Researcher in Phycology, Natural History Museum, London.
Good morning, everybody. Well, I suppose it's midday for you now, but it's morning here. And just like to share my slides. I'll need somebody to let me do that. Okay, let's just try that now. Okay, I think I can do this. Just have to get this on full screen. There we are. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to come and talk at this really, really interesting conference. It's been very interesting just to listen to these last few talks. I feel that some of the stuff will have been covered, but it's always good to be reminded of some of these things. But what I want to talk to you about today is about protecting the wild seaweeds and their habitats. And I think that this is one of the really important aspects of having a resilient seaweed aquaculture industry. Now, I'm going to be talking about wild seaweeds and habitats in general because they all need conservation and protection. But I am going to link it to the industry as well, and particularly work that we are doing with Global Seaweed Protect, Global Seaweed Superstar. These are two fairly major projects that we're working with Southeast Asia in, and I just want to mention to Prof. Liz Cotier-Cook, who will be speaking after me, who has been working with me on this, and also Prof. Pai Kim Lim, and then our whole team. I'd just like to acknowledge that and the funding from the UK. My talk's going to be in two parts. The first part is really about why we need conservation, what the issues are, and the second part is going to be about what are we actually doing. It's very easy to talk about the problems, the issues, we know a lot about them, but what can we actually do? So with our groups, we are really trying to innovate to move things on beyond just identifying all the problems. Seaweed protection, just to give you an indication of how I'm looking at this, it's about the conservation and management of seaweeds and seaweed habitats. It's about maintaining them, enhancing them, restoring them. It's protecting the wild seaweeds and their habitats. But that's really important because that is where the new stocks will come for the new cultivars. So it's really, really important that those are kept in good condition or in better condition than they are. It's about biosecurity. It's also about the livelihoods, of course, and the stakeholders. And it's really important that the stakeholder communities are part of that whole management decision. But let's just have a look at this for a minute. On the right-hand side, I think the important thing to remember is that seaweeds are not just seaweeds. They're a whole range of different habitats. And all those habitats and ecosystems that they support are unique and special. We often hear about kelp forests, but just to remind you that they are only 20% of the seaweed habitats. Rhodoliths, for example, have maybe 40% of the world's seaweed coverage. But the critical thing here is that the current state of seaweed protection, you will see, we know there's almost nothing, there's very, very little that's specific for protection for the seaweeds specifically. And the only groups of species that really have any protection are the kelp forests. And you can see how small that is in terms of the global coverage. You can see there, if this works, you can see that the 1.47, and that actually it only protects a couple of the species of kelp in the whole world. And you'll know also, and we talk about carbon sequestration, and as new, I'm watching the literature that comes out. I think we have to be careful about this. And and you know that kelp is disappearing around the world. There is some rhodolith protection as well. And so the seaweeds basically in their habitats, they lack adequate protection. They're not well protected compared to the seagrasses or the mangroves, the salt marshes or corals, but they cover much more of the sea's surface. I've mentioned the kelp forests. They're often excluded from international and national and regional policies. Very few species have been assessed using IUCN criteria, and we are doing some work on this, and that's another talk. But we lack the taxonomic capacity, and we need a lot more long-term monitoring. So why do we need conservation, seaweed conservation? I probably don't really have to tell you this, but the seaweeds really support this immense diversity. They support fisheries. They're the source of new cultivars I've mentioned. It's about food security that we've heard about. It's about ecosystem services. And I think we've heard that the SDGs here linked very closely with this, and I looked at this, and I think all of the SDGs are linked to the seaweeds and the seaweed industry. So it's both those things. It's both the habitats and ecosystem function, and it's about the global seaweed industry. But seaweeds really are at risk. And I've put this in here. I think some of you will know this picture from the mid-70s. This is Capophycus alvarezi. This is one plant. Took 5 people to carry it. Now, 2025, just in November, this is what you see for Capophycus alvarezi. Those species have got much smaller in size. This is a phenomenon you see with increasing climate change. But it's happening in the seaweed industry. You don't see these huge plants in the same way. And this is to do with the resilience on a small number of cultivars that have been cloned over 50 years. It's moving the cultivars around the world. It's the lack of adequate conservation measures. And Capophycus alvarezi was described from a reef off Semporna in 1978 in Malaysia. And my colleague, Hakim Lim, she has gone back there. She did her PhD on that area. And that is no longer there at its type location. It's gone. The water is getting too hot for it. And we all know, I'm sure you've all seen those diagrams about the increasing demand, the hatch blue, the FAO. And that is coupled with this increasing impact of environmental change and anthropomorphic impact, human impact. Again, this reliance on these, I just remind you that the reliance on the cultivars, the moving the cultivars, and the lack of adequate protection. And with that are the diseases, which has already been mentioned in the first talk. We have, of course, ice, which I don't think is a disease, but again, that's another topic of conversation, and also the pests and diseases. And I just want to look at those briefly. Again, sponges, we've heard about rabbitfish. There's some interesting phenomena here that almost look like I don't know if I can, this pointer's working. Yeah, there we are. Looks like almost like a melanoma. I don't know what that is. There are also these epiphytic green algae that come and go. And then you can see here on the right these filamentous algae. They burrow into the surface. This is in the eumetoids. And then you see these, in the next picture here, the endophytes growing into the thallus of the seaweed. Seaweed diseases are poorly defined. We have a new paper coming out on that fairly soon. They cause these structural function disorders. You get various symptoms. They may be infectious, they may not. They're pathogenic, but we have to be cognizant of the whole holobiont. And I mention that because if you move seaweeds around the world, you take that holobiont with you and you can't always see it. And how good is the best quarantine? And I just want to show this, which you'll probably see again. Liz will also talk about this. I just very briefly want to talk about this. This is the dangers of moving cultivars around the world. You can see that this is Capophycus and Eucuma farming, and these are all the areas that it's been moved around. And in all of these areas, There have been outbreaks of ice, outbreaks of these endophytes, and really, in my opinion, and you might not want to hear this, I think this is a disaster waiting to happen. And we have to remember this. We have to remember the lessons of the past, the lessons of the land. I'll also remind you of the Convention on Biological Diversity in 1992, and this was a landmark really in how we look at biodiversity. It's about the sustainable use, it's about the fair and equitable sharing of benefits, it's about Nagoya that came after that. And I know not all countries are signed up to that, but we still have to remember where these species are from, and the local communities and so on. So in the second part, what are we doing to build climate resilience and environmental sustainability, which is obviously the topic of this particular session? Well, we are trying to do a lot. We're trying to sort of innovate. We're trying to move things on. And one of the things that I've talked about before, and I'll no doubt talk about it again, and we've published on it recently, is trying to link conservation with the seaweed industry. And so we've looked at marine protected areas across the world, and it turns out that about 50% of the seaweed farms or wild harvesting regions are close to the MPAs. So those close areas are where we should be getting the seaweed cultivars. That's where you're going to find the temperature resilient cultivars, hopefully. So those MPAs provide a potential way in which they could perhaps be extended or linked with the local farmers and the farming. And so could we really push this conservation of the habitats with the seaweed farms? I would like to see that coming on stream a lot. I know a lot of this sort of happens in various ways, but seaweeds need to be really mentioned. And there are then other effective conservation areas and OECMs, which are coming onto stream, and there's some work that we're hoping to develop on that in particularly Thailand. The other work that our research group has been doing in Southeast Asia, in Philippines, Thailand, and Indonesia, is developing disease and pest resilient cultivars from the wild population. So here on the left you see these are the wild stocks that it's so important that we look after them and we keep them healthy, or we restore them if necessary. You'll hear more about biosecurity, different net innovations, dealing with things like turtles eating the crop, improving the net, developing new strains, and we have some really exciting work that's going on there with Professor Paikim's team in Malaysia. The other thing we're doing is we're trying to develop some early warning systems to detect pests and diseases. Again, I talk about, you move stuff around the world, you can't see some of these endophytes. They may just be a couple of cells inside the species. So what we're trying to do is to look at the healthy and the diseased microbiomes of ice seaweeds, for example. We're trying to set up early warning rapid systems, and hopefully in the next while we will be able to sort of provide some systems, hopefully, that are economically available so that seaweeds can detect their pests and diseases before they are actually really into the crop. Restoration of the wild seaweeds, this is quite a lot of research now going on with Paikim and her team, and Afifa Yahya, and very interesting work in the Philippines of getting the life histories of these seaweeds worked out, and then seeding coral rubble and putting those back into these habitats, keeping them healthy, enhancing them, and also keeping those wild stocks for the new cultivars. We think of seaweeds as a resource. We have to stop thinking of it as a resource we can just use without carefully thinking about it. We live with it. It's part of how we will survive. So it's really important we look after it really well and respect it for what it is. And finally, the last thing I will talk about is a big initiative that we are working with the United Nations Climate Champions. This is all to do with the 2030 30 by 30 conservation. This is the breakthrough agenda. And we are in the process of seaweed breakthrough, mobilizing global action to accelerate seaweed conservation. It's a science-based approach to implement large-scale restoration and protection of the habitats, and it does need to have measurable indicators and achievable goals. It's a big project. You may have seen the State of the World Seaweeds, which we launched last year at the International Seaweed Symposium in Vancouver. And now we're in the process of finalizing the seaweed breakthrough. We've had a wonderful group of about 60 plus experts from around the world who've helped us with developing these seaweed targets. And I won't go into all the detail, but you'll be able to see this soon. We've looked at these goals to halt loss, to protect and conserve. We've come up with where we want to get to by 2030, where we want to get to by 2050, resilient livelihoods and financing. We've heard a lot about blue economy and we're looking into that. It's really important that we are aspirational. It may seem far-fetched, but we have to do this. And if nobody else does it, if we don't do it, nobody else is probably going to do it. Really, really important we get that protection. And with that, I'm going to finish just to say, just a reminder, we must remember the lessons of the past. We must get these seaweeds looked after, and it's only that way we're going to have this resilient future. If you're interested in joining this sort of group that we're building for the seaweed breakthrough, then just email our global seaweed email or our project manager, Patrick Sullivan, or myself, and you can also have a look at our websites. And with that, thank you very much. And I'll stop sharing.
Thank you, Professor Brody, for that highly informative presentation, stressing the importance of conserving wild seaweed resources, the impact of pests and diseases on these habitat, wild seaweed resources, and also your efforts in restoring wild seaweed habitats. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next presenter is Professor Elizabeth Courtier-Cook, Professor in Marine Biology, University of Highlands and Islands, and the Scottish Association for Marine Sciences, Scotland. Professor Cook.
Hello, everyone. Hi. I'll just share my screen. That is okay. Hopefully you can see me now and hear me okay. So I can't see anyone saying that they can't hear me, so I will carry on. So hello, everyone. Greetings from very dark and wintry Scotland at the moment. I wish I could be with you all out in India. Thank you so much for the invitation. And yes, following on from Professor Juliette, who I work with very closely and have worked with for a number of years now. I'm working with her on the Global Seaweed Protect project. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about biosecurity for the seaweed industry and the progressive management pathway. Juliette touched upon seaweed biosecurity being incredibly important. And a lot of people I've been hearing some of the earlier talks have been talking about some of those seaweed pests and diseases. And hopefully I'm going to provide you with a means, a mechanism by which we can tackle this issue and hopefully progress and sustain the seaweed industry going forward into the future. So just again, like to mention my partners at the Natural History Museum in Thailand, Kazakhstan University, UNIS, UNU CRIS, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia. So we've got a great team of researchers and academics working with us, which is wonderful. So, as has been previously mentioned, there's up to 15–20% of the crop, of the yield each year can be lost through pests and diseases. We've heard of ice, whether it's a disease, whether it's a syndrome. We've heard of the endophytes, the epiphytes, and also those pests, the turtles, the rabbitfish. So they can lead to significant losses. and obviously have quite major socioeconomic impacts on those communities, some of them often very rural, quite poor communities that are highly reliant on this seaweed production. And this is what the biosecurity is hoping to change. So as Juliet showed you this image earlier, the Kappa ficus and Eucuma are now cultivated in over 30 countries worldwide, including your own, obviously, including India. And this globalization of the industry has led to the spread of a number of diseases and pests. With the introduced seedlings, there is very little border control, very little biosecurity, that prevents these species from being moved around. And if there is one message that I would really, really love you to take away from my talk is that, you talked earlier, one of the researchers talked earlier about diversification. If you are going to be looking into diversifying your seaweed industry, can I just make a plea, please, for you to be looking at your own native species and trying to domesticate those and cultivate those instead of bringing species in from outside. Because as Juliet said, many of you're not just importing the seaweed, you're importing the sort of microbiome, holobiome as well, which is in many cases microscopic and you cannot see. So the biosecurity concept, many of you will be well aware of this. It's not new. It's all about preventing and minimizing the introduction of pests and diseases. It's been extensively used in the fish and shrimp aquaculture sectors, very effectively in many, many cases. And it provides a way to assess and manage the risk, says to human, animal, but particularly to plant health now and the wider environment. So there's quite a number of tools now that are available. I've been involved a lot with horizon scanning, so trying to predict by looking at what is happening elsewhere, trying to predict what is likely, what pest diseases are likely to be introduced over the next 5 to 10 years. But there are also early warning tools that Juliet's just mentioned, those bio sort of labs. There's quarantine or exclusion, eradication control, and there's also a lot of practical measures that can be put in place by the farmers themselves to prevent introduction and or spread or reinfection. So back in 2016, I said this isn't a new concept. Back in 2016, I led a program and we teamed up with over 30 experts, seaweed experts worldwide, and we produced a paper and policy brief. And interestingly, even back then, one of our recommendations was about focusing on developing and enhancing biosecurity programs, looking at capacity building and incentivizing the development of diagnostics, which can then rapidly detect these diseases. So you can always follow the report is online if you'd like to have a look at that. And then at the same time, following on from that, a wonderful woman who you can see here in the yellow, many of you may recognize her, Dr. Melba Ronatsa Bandad. She was head of the aquaculture division. She's recently retired at FAO, and she approached me and said, Liz, we're working on this progressive management pathway for aquaculture biosecurity. We're very much focused on finfish and shrimp, but we hadn't included seaweeds. And of course, they are only second to finfish in terms of global production worldwide. And she thought it was very important to introduce seaweeds into this initiative. So I joined 80 other representatives worldwide. And I managed to have plant health here, plant biosecurity, integrated into the wider sort of One Health team. And the progressive management pathway was very much looking at how we can reduce burden of disease, how we can improve farm health at health at farm and national level, minimize that global spread of diseases, optimize the socioeconomic benefits, attract investment opportunities, which was very important for the industry, and achieve these One Health goals. We realized early on that the progressive management pathway for the aquaculture could be tailored, and Melba was very pleased that we were doing this. She was saying it needed to be tailored for each aquaculture, for shrimp or finfish. So we tailored it for seaweed. And just to give you the basic sort of 4-stage principle, one being very much defining your biosecurity strategy, putting your plan together. 2, then implementing that strategy. 3, enhancing it, learning from learning from case studies through the implementation. And then 4, stage 4, the most advanced, being there you have your sustainable biosecurity and health management systems very much in place and very much leading to increasing trade with other countries, particularly in live products, if that's where you want to go, but also giving confidence for other countries to trade with you because they know that you have this sustainable biosecurity management system in place. So this was published a couple of years ago in Nature Communications. We took each stage, we broke it down into its component parts, just to give you a little bit more of an idea of what each stage is involving. And just to give you an example, I won't go through all of them, but stage 1 was very much to create a task force, bringing together all the most relevant people, creating that task force or advisory board or whatever you would like to call it, identifying your seaweed species that you have naturally, those disease risks, and putting together, say, a national list of those species that you are commercially growing, for example, and the diseases and pests that may affect them. Then identifying those risks and coming up with your basic biosecurity plan. As I said before, stage 2 is implementing that plan, refining it, producing legal frameworks, policies, guidance notes if need be, and then introducing a sort of seaweed disease surveillance program. Stage 3, going on, looking at contingency planning, furthering your surveillance program, your records, your traceability, and your detection and reporting systems. So very much, sort of building your capacity within your country. So when you do get to stage 4, as I mentioned, you have those strengthened biosecurity frameworks in place, you have your staff trained, and you have this continuous enhancement through further research and development. So we have, through the Global Seaweed Protect project, we've been fortunate to gain funding to basically build capacity in this PMP. It's all right having the idea and having it in theory, but it's about how would it actually go ahead and work in practice. So we've been, over the last year, working with our teams in Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Indonesia. We've been training, we've been building capacity on how that PMP would work. We have been building capacity about who would be involved, who would be on that who would be in that task force. We've been building up information about where the main seaweed farming activities take place, what species are grown, what are the key diseases, where are the wild populations, where are those reserves where you can go and find your climate resilient strains of the future, like Juliette was mentioning. All of this is now being mapped. All of this has been discussed in each of these 4 countries. We're writing the reports at the moment, and the paper should be published, and guidance notes should be published later this year. So please do look out for that. Interestingly, I mentioned in each of the countries, we've been documenting the practical biosecurity measures that are happening at farm level. So the practical things, and we've been learning so much from the farmers themselves. So this just gives you an idea in the Philippines with the caprificas, just some of the biosecurity measures that are really quite easy, very low cost, that can be employed to help reduce the burden of disease and pests on the farm. So there is a whole range there, and I won't go through them all individually, but we've been doing this for each of our partner countries. So together, when we bring all this information together, we'll hopefully be able to provide a really good suite of techniques and biosecurity-related mitigation measures that the farmers and at national level, the extension officers can use. So nearly there. we've already produced a whole range of biosecurity resources since we've been working on and around this topic area since, as you know, 2016. So we've already got various seafood farm standards through the Global Seafood Alliance, through our partnerships with the University of Malaya, and earlier partnerships with the Philippines. And this, of course, is the guidelines from the FAO that was published a couple of years ago for this progressive management pathway. But just want to leave you with some key messages, really. Just to say, disease and pest outbreaks, you'll never prevent them from happening, but they will continue to occur. But biosecurity measures, some quite simple at the farm level, can be actively implemented by the farmers, but also work can be done at that national level to help support the industry through potentially implementing some of the things that I've been talking about with the PMP. This PMP can provide a framework at the national level to really help enhance the seaweed aquaculture industry, and can also be adapted, I think, to the restoration and protection side of things, and that's something we're working on at the moment. I think it's important, I always talk about this, to ensure that seaweeds are specifically mentioned in policies and legislation, particularly regarding biosecurity. Sometimes they're just under an umbrella term, sort of aquaculture, or sometimes even under finfish. So I think they do need to have their be specifically mentioned. As I mentioned, simple biosecurity measures can help reduce the disease and pest outbreaks quite significantly. In Malaysia, we found up to 75% of those outbreaks can be reduced by just introducing simple measures. And as I mentioned, there is plenty of resources now freely available on our website to have a look at. Please do. And we will be working to update those practical guidance resources through all the learnings that we had last year and ongoing with our partners in Southeast Asia. So thank you very much again for inviting me, and I can't thank all of the team enough that has been working and helping me over the years. So really appreciate that, and I think we're on to the question and answers, so thank you.
Thank you, Professor Elizabeth, for the detailed account on biosecurity related issues regarding seaweed farming, and also giving a detailed account on how to prevent spread of diseases and pests in seaweed farming. Thank you so much. And now we can have interaction from the participants. If you have any questions, you can. Couple of questions from the participant sides to the speakers. Yes.
Is there any policy worked out from the government of... Hello? Yeah. Is there any policy created by the government for the carbon sequestration? Because in every country it has now come up with the carbon sequestration using the microbial fixation of carbon, and also from the whatever the possible way. But so far, I think more than 6 or 7 conferences has been conducted. Just we wanted to know from this organization, is there any policy, or can you help? Because every year the seaweed cultivation cost is increasing. At least the farmers get any carbon sequestration permit, we can able to control the price, so that then only we can compete in the international market.
So far there is no specific policies related to that.
Thank you.
Just to supplement, for the wetlands, there is a standard operating procedure released by the Ministry of Environment in 2024. But that doesn't explicitly say, you cannot call it a policy document. It is a standard operating procedure. And since it is with systems, seaweed is a part of the system. So you can use the same procedure. but we are in a very nascent stage. Probably CSMCRA, CMFRA, through the Fisheries Ministry, if you can rope in us also, then it will be a good publication, like we did for the Niti Aayog. It will be really good. Yeah, but point well taken. There is no policy. That's pointed here. Yes, sir.
Hi, this is a question for Elizabeth. You know, I really appreciate the work that you are doing on the issues of biosecurity and stuff like that. These are important issues. You know, some wise person said that, you know, while we are in this process of discovering and exploring and exploiting the ocean, we need to make sure that we do not make the mistakes that we made on land. You know, where we had this green revolution and the green whitewashing or greenwashing, whatever you want to call it, should not happen in the oceans, right? Because we will have no green without the blue, you know, and we need to make sure that we are cognizant of that, and, you know, to ensure, while everybody's trying to build bigger farms and mechanization and all of that stuff, this is what destroyed the land, right? So I just want to ask you a request. This is not a question, as to how do we get the attention of the African seaweed areas to get the kind of support that you are providing or you're working on for biosecurity purposes, you know. So in one of your spare times, I hope you can think of Africa. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I hope you can hear me. Thank you so much. Yeah, we have already worked quite extensively in Africa. One of our first, it was called Global Seaweed Star. One of our first projects, we worked with colleagues in Tanzania. So we have worked closely for a number of years with our friends in East Africa. And I'm not sure whether you're aware of the Global Seaweed Coalition, but they have also worked extensively in East Africa. And there is they are very committed to funding more projects. They just need to raise further funding, but they're committed to raising further, they're committed to working further in Africa. I published a paper with, I think Juliette was involved with Flower Monsieur, who is unfortunately no longer with us, but we looked at giving an overview of all the seaweed cultivation in Africa. So that paper is out there. And there is John Bolton in South Africa, who is a strong advocate of seaweeds and seaweed cultivation in Africa. And there is a large program growing Macrocystis porifera, the giant kelp, in Namibia off the west coast. So there is some action happening very much on seaweeds in Africa. And we're looking to develop a new project, which we're looking to get funded later this year if possible, and we'll be including Madagascar, because Madagascar is actually quite, they're quite a large producer of the cumatoids as well. So we definitely have not forgotten Africa. In fact, we're actively trying to engage further with them and work with them, improving their biosecurity policies.
Not a criticism. I appreciate the...
No, sorry, no, I didn't mean that. No, I just wanted to demonstrate that we are indeed working with them. But I agree, there is more the more is needing to be done.
Look, Elizabeth, my problem with the Seaweed Coalition and all these other guys is what? You are working with the wrong partners, okay, on the ground. This is the problem, all right? So you take, you know, you guys come there, do your thing without engaging the private sector that is seriously involved in the development of the business and the industry. They are closest to the communities. I mean, you think about us, we are working in about 25, 30 different villages with about 5,000 to 7,000 farmers, and we are not engaged in any of this activity. So in terms of impact, we can bring you a much larger impact than, you know, the way you guys are operating. Again, this is, I'll get in touch with you separately, my friend. I don't want to...
Yeah, I would love to speak with you more about that. As I say, please do. We are actively wanting to work with the communities and with the Global Seaweed Protect Project. That's something that we are doing with our partners in Southeast Asia.
This will be the last question, please.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm from Amrita University and very new entrance in this field. So pardon my ignorance, and I hope that my question will be answered. We are trying to work in the seaweed cultivation space, and we understand that we shouldn't make the mistakes that we did on land. And so part of what was recommended was integrated multi-trophic aquaculture, and I saw that on a couple of slides. But what we found is that in many countries that are doing IMTA, they use also sea cucumbers as a part of the entire process. But in India, sea cucumber cultivation is banned. There has been a recent paper by CSMCRI that recommends that maybe it can still be open, but the fact that it is banned makes me wonder, why was that decision taken? Is there a certain reason why it was? Are we at a space where that ban may be lifted or maybe modified so that we can explore the possibility of it actually not destroying the oceans, but the fact is that people poach it anyway. So where we're working in Ramanathapuram, Rameshwaram, there's really, it's not that kind of a monitoring system where you can really keep tabs on whether sea cucumbers are being poached or not. So aren't we, isn't it a little dangerous not to see how we can actually save that species and, I don't know, make it a part of the livelihood somehow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, it was from the Ministry of Environment. It was for you, sir. Thank you.
Ma'am, the ministry has got strong mandates of protecting species. Yes. And all the holothurians, sea cucumbers, are under Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act. But as clearly pointed out by you, for IMTA, most of the countries use them as the bottom feeders because they are the ones that feed on the debris, organic debris that is down. You're from Amrita, right? Yes. So don't tell me your project is from SDG. I mean the SGP, right?
One of the yes.
One of the projects. Okay, fine. I reviewed your project. And also, ma'am, the thing is that at the moment, since it is under the highest of protection, we cannot recommend its species. Though the numbers are growing very well, ZSA has done a study, but still, since like tiger numbers are growing up, they are now, we can see conflicts coming with, outside protected areas. But still, government has got a take, and is through a committee, the Wildlife Institute and Institute of India, and there's a separate wildlife wing in the ministry that works on this. But all said and done, there might be a possibility of it to be moved from Schedule 1 to Schedule 2, which is lesser protection. But allowing it to capture might be a disaster at the moment right now, because there is a lot of international demand. Chinese New Year is not full without the presence of sea cucumber soup, so that's the kind of demand that is there. So that is the problem we have now. It's a ministry's call, since the Environment Wildlife Ministry, and they don't just look into Indian management strategies for wildlife protection, they also look into neighbors, other countries also. It's a big group of researchers and bureaucrats and diplomats who sit and work on this, ma'am. That's the status as of now. So very difficult to take it out of sea cucumber. Maybe
I have confidence in it. I just want to know why, so I can also understand what can be done about it.
Maybe you can take this offline because, paucity of time.
Okay, yeah. One more question? Yeah, one last question.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello. My question is to Dr. Devu. Do you feel that with the current CDR prices, the sinking of seaweed in the deep sea is at all economical, or will it become economical at what international price of CDR?
Now, presently, we are just exploring the possibilities of offshore seaweed farming too, because many of the abandoned oil rigs or any of the other structures which are available, not only for seaweed productivity, apart from that, a coastal surveillance also we are aiming over that, because more populating that area with a production with more surveillance. All the aspects are trying to cover under this, and this is just a pilot beginning, and yet to work out about the economic aspect of those.
See, for industry or for people to invest, economy is very important. You see, for example, biochar, you can have with a carbon credit, you can recover your cost. Similarly, for ERW, you can recover your cost. ERW credit is being sold more than $300. Biochar is sold more than $100 per credit. Okay. What is the price of seaweed CDR? May I know?
I think that subject of this carbon credit is working out and a policy yet to come out, but it is in pipeline. We just mentioned because this particular aspect of large scale commercial farming is just picking up in the country. So as a part of that, all the possible avenues, how the remuneration can be increased, how it can be popularized, and what are all the other additional benefits which we will get along with that, that we are exploring. And I hope that maybe in a short while it will come out, that carbon credits, because we first need to standardize the procedure for that and to evaluate it, and then only we can market it off. And for that particular aspect, another one important thing is there, we need to trace the source of this particular thing, the traceability. Traceability matters a lot once we are accounting this particular carbon credit. And for this traceability, the procedure yet to be laid down. I think Ministry of Fisheries has been proposed that procedure for that, and it need to be implemented shortly. As per the Gazette notification, once it is arriving, then only we can look into. I think, sir, maybe in a couple of years, hopefully this will be in place.
Thanks. Unfortunately, everybody is talking about it. In Europe, people are working in hard way, but I don't foresee any practicability of sinking seaweed into the deep sea for next 10, 20, 30 years. I need your comments.
Actually, we have submitted concept notes to the ministry for voluntary carbon market projects covering seaweed, seagrasses, and also mangroves. And we have already overshot the scheduled timing, and we'll conclude the session here. And I thank all the speakers for their valuable insights on seaweeds in relation to climate resilience and environmental sustainability. And thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to our international guests also who joined us virtually. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So with that, we come to the end of this session, and before we break for lunch, may I request our session chair, Dr. K. Shobna, to present mementos to our dignitaries on the stage, to Dr. Deepak Samuel V. And I will still say thank you, sir, so that you could make it. Thank you very much. It was very dicey till the last moment, but yes, thank you. Dr. Devu D. Dr. Amitha Ganapati B. And may I request Dr. Khandelwal from CMFRI to present memento to Madam K. Shobna, please. Dr. Khandelwal from the organizer's side. Thank you. So with that, we break for lunch. And again, like yesterday, we'll have it has to be a shortened lunch. So instead of 1 hour, today I also will have a 45 minutes break. I would request all our guests to reassemble by lunch session, day 2, where we have 2 sessions, important ones. The first session post-lunch is a startup session. We all know startup is very important, to our ecosystem across all the sectors. So we have some very interesting startups who have come and who has joined us today. And may I request Mr. V. Senthil Kumar, who is the founder and MD of Satyam Group of Companies, to kindly join us stage. He will be chairing and moderating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly welcome him with a big round of applause, Mr. V. Senthil Kumar. Thank you, sir. May I also take this opportunity to invite Ms. Runa Ray, founder of KelpTex. Runa ma'am, you're here? Okay, may I request Mr. Kaviraj, Manager R&D, Satyam Kisan Care, to join us on stage? I think we just had lunch, so, claps could be a bit louder, please. Yes, Madam Runa has joined. Please join us on stage. Though she is of Indian origin, she has joined us from San Francisco. Come, ma'am. What is it? Kya ho raha hai? Okay. Our last panelist for this session, and I'm very thankful that she could come. Thank you, ma'am. I was fascinated seeing your work, so, I thought you should be given a platform wherein you should, tell our viewers what you're doing. We are having Dr. Bhavini Rao R., who is the Director of Center for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality. Madam Dr. Bhavani Rao R. Dr. Bhavani Rao R. We also have Mr. Evangelist Patros with us, who is the local Kochi startup. Mr. Evangelist Patros, Managing Director, EMI Neotech. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again for being with us. Without taking much of your time, now may I request Session Chair, Mr. V. Senthil Kumar, to take the proceedings forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. I am so happy to participate in this session. I am Satyam Sendil Kumar. I am the founder of Satyam Group of Company. We are running the last 20 years in the seaweed industry. We are making the seaweed from fertilizer and feed industry and some food ingredient. I am a starting time, we are one of the small startup. Now it is growing the more than 100 crore company. It is our success, I think it is our success. The session also startup only, so it is very happy to hear. And another main things for the central government initiative for the so many schemes in the startups. One for Atma Nirbhar Bharat and Make in India, and some startup in the more startup people in coming to the seaweed industry. And the government provided the easy way to the people because so many loans, give the so many loans and so many R&D development schemes and some land, everything give government to give the people. And the government also very warm welcome to the startup. Okay, thank you to all, thank you. I will next, I am warm welcome to Ms. Rona Rai, founder and Kelptex. He is from California, I think. Very warm welcome, ma'am. Thank you, thank you.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. I would like to extend my absolute gratefulness to CMFRI, the ICC, Mr. Dey, and of course, Mr. Sanjay Pandey, if he's listening. Thank you for having me here. Glad to have the esteemed panelists. And we had a great session on seaweed, on the technicalities. So I'm going to come from the creative side. So what you're going to see is nothing to do with the technical side of seaweed, but what seaweed can do to enhance the creative industries and how we can use something which is a regenerative material to basically advance what fashion is known for. And that is its absolute waste and the problem with water. I'm a fashion environmentalist, and I'm always looking for solutions in the fashion industry that benefit both humanity and the planet. When people basically talk about the blue economy, they often talk about scale, yield, or extraction. I came to it understanding it through fashion, because fashion got me to confront water, the most essential source for anyone to live and even grow with. So today, I'm here not to present a startup, but in the conventional sense, but I'm here to show how microalgae basically changed the way I think about materials, design, and responsibility. Fashion is built on beauty, and it's the beauty that consumes enormous amounts of water, chemicals, and energy, often far from where clothes are worn. So as a fashion environmentalist, I couldn't separate creativity with consequence anymore. My journey started off with seaweed through an ancient technique called suminagashi. So what you see on the screen is basically the art of floating inks, where you have the inks that float on the surface of water. You splash it, you create designs, and then it basically can be absorbed onto the fabric. So basically what you see is that every piece got to be unique, like the ones that's demonstrated. And the best part was that I could dye over 250 meters of fabric using just 100 liters of water. And none of that water went to waste because of one key ingredient, and that was seaweed. So when I worked with this method, So when I worked with this method, I realized that design did not have to dominate water. It could basically collaborate with it. This question took me out of the studios where I traveled to Mandapam and Thoothukudi. I wasn't looking for new textiles. I was looking for a material logic that basically respected water. This is when I met the seaweed growers, mostly women, who worked close to shore. Seaweed wasn't just used for cosmetics or food, but also, as we all know, integrated fishing systems. That was something that I learned when I was there. It supported the revival of the endangered pearl oysters, grown alongside seaweed ropes. But then, the fisher people also faced a problem. They said that the fish were biting off the buds, and their conclusion was that it was probably because of overfishing. I did see a lot of bottom trawling that took place, and of course there was a nearby power plant that had severely affected the marine ecosystem. But scientists were working very closely with the fisher people to find out sustainable methods of fishing. Macroalgae is not just a biomass. It is an ecological and economic connector. With the support of CMFRI, I would like to acknowledge Mr. Johnson if he's here. I spent a lot of time with a female-led seaweed farming family in Mandapam. They showed me the indigenous seaweed, seasonal rhythms, and the fragility of the harvest. They harvested the indigenous seaweed growing on coastal rocks using only their hands. But despite these efforts, they earned very little, and most of the value was lost to the middlemen. The artisanal communities were under threat, not just from poverty, but also from ecological collapse. Another rising concern that they had was the cause of invasive algae, which basically choked marine biodiversity. They were seeing growth happen in spurts, but mostly during the summer months. I thought that it was contained only in the Indian subcontinent, but then I realized that we also had the same problem where I live in California. That's when I realized something really important. Microalgae systems are really early warning systems. My investigation basically took me to the source. Land-based pollution. You have cotton farming, you have textile dyes, you have chemicals, leather tanning, everything that pollutes the sea. Fashion was basically silently driving a marine crisis from microplastics to pesticides. Fashion did not set out to damage the oceans. What it created was disconnection between material choice and environmental consequences. Leather tanning, chemical dyes don't disappear. They travel into the rivers, coastlines, and communities. Globally, we spend billions removing algae blooms from water bodies. Yet very little effort goes into asking, what if we designed with the right algae instead of fighting it with the wrong kind? So what makes this startup different? Kelptex did not start off as a material company. It started off basically as a design inquiry. So instead of asking how fast we could scale, we asked how responsible materials could behave. We explored algae not just as fiber, but also as a surface, a structure, and a system. We began basically with microalgae and gradually moved into macroalgae, understanding the behavior before the application. Every material comes with its trade-off. What differentiates this work is basically not claiming perfection, but choosing accountability at the design stage. What we introduce into materials eventually returns to us through water, food systems, and health. This work is grounded in circularity, where materials are designed to return and not persist as waste. So working with microalgae, it took me beyond California to the Atlantic, to Europe, where I worked with Roscoff and the scientists there at the CNRS, to work with collaborative research environments and find out how macroalgae could be the next regenerative textile when it comes to fashion. Because at some point in the journey, I stopped thinking about microalgae as only a resource. It was one of the few materials on Earth that did not require, as we've all spoken about, land, fresh water, pesticides, and even chemical fertilizers. It grows by cleaning the very waters that we have polluted. It absorbs nutrients. It basically regenerates itself all the time, every season. And most important, it doesn't compete with the food that we eat when we look at land-based systems, because the fashion industry is competing with the food we eat. Fashion has always depended on extraction: animals, oil, water, and land. The dresses that you see here are made out of macroalgae, and they provide something which is radically different, a material logic that is regenerative by default. And to people, for coastal communities, macroalgae is not an innovation, it is knowledge. And what's new is that design is finally listening. With my collaboration with NASA, there was something that I learned. Even space was working with algae. Space realized that cyanobacteria, for example, was one of the first oxygen producers on this planet. And scientists are looking at sustaining life, not just beyond Earth, but also how they could take algae because it sustains systems or not just projects. So how does design travel? Design is through ideas, and beauty is how they stay with us. Sustainability doesn't have to be boring, and we can all achieve the SDGs through seaweed. Seaweed might be a limited resource at the moment, but it has great potential in the future, especially if you look at the fashion industry being a $3 trillion industry. And also working with organizations that believe in us, like the WWF, we have created packaging and tried to get into the fashion industry in a holistic way of looking at true design with trust and scaling with responsibility. Because the blue economy is not just about the oceans, it's about people, and especially women. It's the future that we enable. Macroalgae basically regenerates every season. If our industries choose to collaborate over extraction, they too can be regenerative. So what we are building right now is not contained to one geography. It's designed to evolve through partnerships that already understand seaweed, but want to speak to the world differently. This work has been developed across different contexts and geographies. The next chapter depends on collaborations that respects both science as well as culture. India has a deep, specific knowledge when it comes to the living seaweed ecosystems. Any future pathway that we explore here would be collaborative by design and not extractive by scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, madam. It is very useful information and newly concept. It is a natural process also. All the people using the seaweed for health industry and someone, but it's very interesting concept, madam. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Next, I welcome Mr. Kaviraj, Manager R&D, Satyam Kisan Care. It is our one of the family member. Welcome to Kaviraj.
Very warm good afternoon. Instead, I can say very satisful good afternoon. Lunch was so good that what I think some maybe seems too drowsy. And thanks for inviting me. And thanks for the say, sir. Actually, I'm also the part of your family. Thank you. I'm Kaviraj, R&D and Quality Department, Satyam Group of Company. First of all, we all knew, as our pins yesterday says, 2026 a year for women empowerment and this business involvement. For that says, today's panel is a great example. You may seem two bold women as two wise men and one visionary chair. I'm very, very happy to be a part of it. Next slide, please. Yeah. It's my honor to intro my company here. We, Satyam Group, have the successful story of 2 decades, exactly 22 years of successful running in the market with a unique motto, make farming as a business and make farmers as a businessman. I take advantage of adding one more word in this, a great business and as a great businessman. We are always run with the goal of sustainable farming practice with the proper utilization of conventional fertilizer at the time of plant need. We are continuously educating our farmers by insisting the sustainability farming practice along with the training sessions. We are, and very proud, we are from the city of Temple, Madurai, Tamil Nadu, where we have 2 manufacturing unit, 1 operational head office, and 1 from Ramanathapuram, where the seashore and we are harvesting some kind of seaweeds and things. So these are our deliverables. We play in both ground of B2B as well as the B2C with our quality product of biostimulants, including that seaweed biostimulants, protein handler-like products, humic fulvic derivatives and mixtures, along with biofertilizers and essential FCO conventional fertilizers. And this is our infrastructure. We produce our product from the global standard of manufacturing machineries. Many of you may notice in our stall, if you are not, please visit our stall, where you can see some kind of world-class equipments for this manufacturing. So I'm very proud to say that we have the capacity to do 25 kl of seaweed liquids and 50 tons of granules, as well as to 8 to 10 tons of seaweed powder, with well-equipped quality and R&D labs. And our main backbone, our dedicated staff members, as Sir told, we are in one family. So before diving into today's topic, I clearly want to quote yesterday's words of Kannan sir. With a proper ecosystem, a research or idea can be commercialized. Yeah, I'm truly agree with it. So the ecosystem explains the explanation and the structure will be seen in the upcoming slide. Before that, I want to just have a word for ma'am. Ma'am, as you question that sea cucumber correlation with the seaweed farming, yeah, it will be working. The government may come with that. The ecosystem we have to build within that species and all means the government will automatically give back their nominations. First of all, by explaining the ecosystem in the industry part, it's a mutual dependency along with the benefits and the collaboration of various participations. Not only the ecosystem want in a single-handed one or single industrial dependent one, it has to be part of various industries, sharing their knowledge, their technology, their scopes like that. In scientific term, we may call it as a symbiotic process, a win and win situation, I think so. In this picture, I'm just giving some kind of important point like a customer-derived innovation will be generated once the ecosystem was perfectly set down means, and that technology embedment growth will be there if the ecosystem we have the proper ecosystem. And I clearly want to notify that the benefits of that proper ecosystem, that a timely completion of task is only possible with the proper ecosystem. With example, even we may take that biostimulant manufacturers, we want to have that mutual rapport with the transportation as well as the packing materials and labeling. All the industry as well as the technologists and the R&D peoples from the various institutions of science institution, if we all collaborate means only the product will develop and reach the customer on the timely beings. So the time completion of task, so it happens only when the proper ecosystem is built means. So these are all the effective points, the energy efficiency, cost efficiency, and much more important, the circular economy without zero waste. It's only possible when we have the proper and structural ecosystem. I strongly believe in that, and I want to denote that the resource optimization. We all are talking about the responsibility on the sea water cultivation a few hours back. For that, we have to clearly understand the resource utilization with the optimization. We have to optimize what are all the resources we have, as well as we have to frame the structure by what comes. We have to research resource utilized on the optimized way. So these are all my point of view for an important ecosystem. And the contribution of as I mentioned, the contribution of diversified industry as well as the similar interest of industry have to be work in a win-win situation. The primary contribution we may expect from the government for a good infra as well as a basic finance and power support. A third may be the standing, I want to notify, I'm standing in the soil of Kerala. I want to highlight one thing. Agro section, like example, coir board. In Alappuzha, there was a coir board I visited a few years back. They have the clustering systems. They have the small hub clusters around Tamil Nadu. Even in Tamil Nadu, they have 12 clusters, where the 20 to 25 similar coir industry will join a group and they will hire a ground, and the initially costing will be getting from the government sector. They will value their product in that small hub itself by clustering the 20 to 25. The primary process, example, the de-husking, desalination process will take over there in the cyclic manner. Like I want to just to quote this exemplary. because I'm standing in that near to Alapalana, that's what. The important thing has to, why we have to have the good ecosystem to frame that common quality standards. For example, we may take it as in a seaweed industry, the common quality standard has to be framed in the initial stage itself, because we don't have any standard for the fixed moisture percentage or a sand percentage or what are the other main parameters for the initial purchase itself. So I strongly believe that the standard is fixed in the primary process means that standard can be followed up to the last minute of the production. It's my own very point. And common processing active centers for the farmers. As a previous says, for example of seaweeds, drying yard, a common drying yard in a cyclic manner, or chopping yard, or a sand removal unit has to be commonized for the proper ecosystem. It will help that for the industry as well as for the farmers for doing their business as good as. So, building a sustainable, by the word sustainable, is seaweed is a proper example. As a marine algae, it gives such more sustainable activity for the industry as well as the researchers, and world-class ideas has been generated to the seaweed knowledge. I strongly believe these three keys has to be the part of industry, like local involvement, the farmers' involvement. So we have to support them by proper seedling, as our previous delegates indicates to the government. The proper seedlings and proper facilities has to be arranged. The proper education and training has to be keep on giving to the farmers, as CSMCR Veeragurunathan is here and our Kannan delegates sir is on yesterday. They are keep on supporting by education and training. And sir, we are seeking more amount of trainings and education from your side as along. I'm putting same request to the Kamlesh Prasad sir also. And the stakeholders collaboration is much more important, like farmers as well as the government, with the mutual of concern and mutual. We have to place the ball in both the court. I hope so. Before ending my session in this stage, I want to present a famous hopeful dialogue always said by my beloved well-wisher, Mr. Shivashakti Aya from Vedalai. He used to say me that it's in my own language, I will translate later. மலைக்குறவன் கூட வந்துட்டு பஞ்சத்தில் அடிபட்டு வாழ்வான்டா, ஆனால் கடல்குறவன் என்றைக்குமே அப்படி பண்ண மாட்டான். This was the hopeful word, which means mountain tribes can feel the hunger and the poverty, but the fishermen always won't, because it's a ocean. It's a tremendous Akshaya Patra, will give all your treasures when you need. This was the first hope I get it from that wise man. This was the stage where I have to remember him, and I am insisting the same words to you, the peoples. I'm very happy to have such a eminent delegates, where the perfectly match for that the topic, startup and the industrial application. And I want to thank all the arrangers as well as my delegate speakers, exhibitors, and my industrial seniors, friends, and knowledge partners, and who are all the contributing the advancing the seaweed sector. Hope you all good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kaviraj. It's a valuable message to all. I think in the last 5 years, so many startup in the fertilizer industry, because of the India's agriculture industry, more need for fertilizer for the agriculture purpose. In future, I think more company come to the startup company, come to the fertilizer industry. It is very useful for the farmer also. Thank you so much, Kaviraj. Next, I very happy to introduce Dr. Bhavani Rao, Director, Centre Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality. And thank you, man. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Very happy to be here. Deep respects to CMFRI and the organization committee for having me here speak. I'm such a small new entrant and I feel what I have is so little to offer, but I am so happy and so grateful for all the learning that I'm getting. So thank you, panel. Thank you, everyone who spoke earlier. I'm here to talk about the little bit of intervention that we have done in this space. The project that we have titled Blue is the New Pink. Now, I got very happy with this title because it said everything to me, but I realized that most people didn't understand the title. The title is blue economy. Blue is also for typical masculine roles. Pink is a color of femininity, women's empowerment. So the idea was the blue economy, marrying the blue economy and women's empowerment, and that's why we had given this title. So we've been working with women in coastal India, especially in Tamil Nadu, on seaweed cultivation, but also seagrass meadow preservation and restoration. And I guess this is my... Oh, okay. So yes, so I head a research center at Amrita University, which is on women's empowerment and gender equality. And I hold the UNESCO chair also for the same. And our approach has been really on capacity building in rural India, but using technology. If I had to really talk about our work in a nutshell, this would be it. So whether it is in terms of life skills or vocational skills, civic rights and responsibilities, but we use a very participative approach, but use technology at the center of the work that we do. And so we started to work also on the blue-green economy. And just this afternoon over lunch, we were discussing how did we actually come up with the blue-green economy. It actually came from 2023 when India hosted the G20 summit. We were in charge of the C20 and we were heading the women's empowerment vertical. And in the deliberations, it came up that the blue economy was something that we really need to focus on in the future. And with this, we started to work on the blue-green economy and skills within the blue economy. And that's kind of how we started on the seaweed cultivation. 2024, we partnered with the Ministry of Skills and Entrepreneurship. They had a flagship program called Sankalp Avsar, where we trained about 150 women in seaweed cultivation as a part of that much larger project. And that was our first foray into actually working with women and with seaweed farmers. But that's when we started to understand that just skill development alone was not enough and just cultivation was not enough. Income was not something that was that simple as, yes, let's put seaweed into the wild, it's going to grow like wild, and then we're able to harvest it and we're able to make a lot of money. It was nowhere close to that simple. But luckily, nowhere where we work is life that simple, whether it's in the sea or it's on the land. So we have our own custom designed framework, which we use to map women's vulnerabilities. Now, there was this very interesting speaker in the previous panel that talked about ecosystem vulnerability. So we have our own vulnerability mapping where we map the vulnerabilities of a woman in a community, and we map this system and we track this system over time and how our interventions shift the system. So we never take a single pronged approach. So if it's livelihoods, it also involves the environment, it involves skills, it involves health, it involves education, it also involves safety and security, and it comes at different contexts, whether it's the individual, the household, or the community. And it is impacted by your access, the opportunities and awareness, and most important, the mental space, which is the core of all our interventions. And so our design also for the work that we do in women's empowerment in the coastal space is based on this system safe framework, which we call the AWESOME framework, because we think it's awesome, but it's actually an acronym also, because Indians are very fond of acronyms, but I just won't go through it right now. Okay, so over the last couple of years, we've trained over 200 women in sustainable seaweed farming. We actually introduced indigenous seaweed farming to a lot of these communities. As a part of it, we have, of course, distributed hundreds of rafts, boats, swimming gear. We also realized that a lot of the women, yes, they wade and they dive, but they actually don't know how to swim. So starting with swimming lessons that we organized by world-class Olympic swimmers have come and taught these women to dive, to swim. This is a part of their own safety and security and leads ultimately to empowerment. But apart from this also, we started to realize that you also have to understand that we are a patrilocal community. So not always if you're born and brought up by the ocean do you end up living by the ocean. So a lot of the women who live by the ocean are not necessarily raised next to the ocean. And their knowledge is then only accumulated over the years that they live by the ocean. And so a lot of times indigenous knowledge is lost because women get married and they shift to another place. And understanding of your local marine ecosystems was not so strong. So we realized that we had to do so much more, even in women understanding and interacting with the ocean, with the biodiversity, to deal with plastic waste that was throwing up on their shores, and including mapping seagrass meadows that were in and around these places, and to see how you can actually preserve them, conserve them, and actually rejuvenate a lot of these seagrass plantations. And so this is what we've been doing the last year. So in the process, we've restored 2.7 hectares of seagrass, and we've conducted extensive beach cleanup sessions, awareness sessions with the women, and understanding their own biodiversity, so that it's not just a question of growing seaweed, but it's also a question of maintaining the whole marine ecosystem. When we talk about sustainability, it is really nice that this is a conclave with a lot of industry. But we also know historically, if it's only industry and if the local communities are not involved in maintaining their natural resources, it's not going to sustain itself. This we know historically. And therefore, building on the Ostrom's principles, we actually design our intervention so it's holistic and we can involve the women in actually sustaining their environment. And this is the main agenda. And as part of this, we also realized that there was a heavy dependence on the industry for any kind of sales. And if the industry was not there, or if they had a cyclone and they could not keep up their cultivation, it's a very fragile ecosystem. So we started training them on products that they could make right in their houses. So seaweed soaps, this is done really well, which we call Suvarna Macha. I don't know how many of you know, but there's a beautiful story in the Ramayana about this golden mermaid that falls in love with Hanuman, and she actually helps him build the bridge across the waters to Lanka, and so we named the soap after her. And also pickles. This is something that is so staple in India. There isn't a community in India that doesn't make and eat its own pickles. Seaweed is not there in the Indian diet. Even if you are a fish eater, people don't eat seaweed. Nori is not a popular sheet. Nobody likes nori in India. Not many. Only the elite who have developed the taste like nori. But otherwise, it's hard to get it into Indian diet. So part of what we did was, sir, if it's okay if I can continue. Part of what we try to do is to try to introduce seaweed into the Indian diet, so you can actually create a local demand for seaweed. And the one product that worked the best was the seaweed pickle. It flies off the shell. So we know that women can actually grow seaweed and just sell the pickle at their doorsteps, whether the industry is there or not. Rameshwaram is a tourist area. You have thousands of people going in and out of those places. Oh yeah, and some of our women farmers were invited to an international chef's competition. Sorry. How do you go back? I think it's trying to tell me to finish. Okay. International chef's competition in Bangalore, where they showcased their food, and this attracted a very famous Bollywood chef from Mumbai. He cooks for Alia Bhatt and I'm sorry, I don't really know the names of the actors so much. Ranbir Kapoor. Yeah, And so he cooks, he's like the private chef for these great Bollywood celebrities. He flew over to Rameshwaram. He worked with the women and he was so fascinated by their recipes and the seaweed that they were producing. He has promised to set up an industrial kitchen for them to actually make this a product that they can sell. We've also been doing our own, of course, everybody wants to do biofertilizer, so of course we've been doing our own little kitchen garden tests on biofertilizers. But the idea is, can we train the women to actually grow these things in their own, do these things in their own backyard without having large infrastructure, and that's where we were trying to go at. And this is, yeah, so value-added entrepreneurship is strategic for scaling blue economy. Even if the big companies want to come and set up business, you need trained people at the ground who will continuously be able to produce, and they have the capacity and the knowledge to produce. And I think so, therefore, what we are doing is enabling the ecosystem, taking the knowledge from the great people who've already worked on it, bringing it to the grassroots so that they can be continuously providing for the industries to be sustainable also. Okay, so that's where we're positioned. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam. Many of them doing the business to make a money, but you are doing this woman empowerment development and service also. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you. Next. Last but not least, I welcome to Mr. Evangeline Pardos, Managing Director, Tech. Welcome, sir.
Respected Chairperson, Mr. Sendil Kumar, Ms. Runa Ray, Mr. Kaviraj, Dr. Bhavani Rao, respected dignitaries and guests, a warm good afternoon to everyone. Let me begin by a simple question. Which is the most valuable company in the world? Any guess? It is NVIDIA from the United States, and the market capitalization of that company is $4.65 trillion. It's more than, that is more than the GDP of all countries except United States and China. India's GDP is about $4.3 trillion. What does NVIDIA do? They provide high-performing computer chips and associated services for artificial intelligence and scientific computing. Their clients are Amazon, Facebook, Microsoft, Tesla, all technological giants. Interestingly, they don't manufacture these chips. They only design it. It is manufactured by TSMC, a Taiwanese-based company. Like many tech companies, three techies started startup NVIDIA in 1993 with the $40,000 after realizing that the future potential of graphic-based computing. They were competing with 71 other rivals. Only one survived other than NVIDIA at the end. I would like to talk on three topics as part of building ecosystem for startup innovation in industries. The first one is startup. What is a startup? What is its characteristics? What is its features? Second is startup ecosystem. Third is India's incredible journey as a startup nation. So, what is a startup? We human beings are gifted with talents to find new things. Any organization that is designed for making new products under extreme conditions are called startups. Under extreme conditions. Please remember, startup is not a small version of big company. It's got its own characteristics, its own salient features. Because they are operating under uncertain conditions, their mortality rate is very high. More than 35% of the startups either fail or disappear in first 3 years. The main reason for the failure is the market product misfit. In simple words, the product the startups make do not meet the customer requirements. Many startups, they make the product first, then they will look around for the customers to buy it. It is like making a key first and then running around to find the lock. It won't work like that. It should start from the customer requirements or customer problem. If you look at today, the classical example of Uber, it started from a simple life problem. What was that problem? Getting a taxi in major cities at peak time was difficult. So they came up with a solution. Rest is the history. The irony is, Uber, being the largest taxi provider in the world, Uber does not own even a single taxi. That is the uniqueness of their business model. Now I move on to startup ecosystem. The concept of ecosystem is borrowed from the natural ecosystem in biology, where your water bodies, animals, insects, all symbiotically connected and balanced. As Mr. Kaviraj mentioned in this, he's shown a small, what's called the PPT. Exactly same. Similarly, in startup ecosystem, where the entities, the investors, the accelerators, incubators, the government agencies, all come together, help each other for the mutual benefits. There is no fixed recipe for what that ecosystem should be. But there are some key essential players or ingredients which are essential for the success of the startups. One is the investors or the funders. After human talents, the investors are the most important requirement for the startup success. Then comes the accelerator and incubators. What they do, they give training, they strategize this idea, they give even to some extent a seed fund also. So they are the people supporting this ecosystem at the very initial stage. Then there are the agencies and the other organizations, so that the original innovative ideas and their stakeholders can focus on the core activities, like the functions like accounting, the legal function, opening up a company, etc. So that can be done by third parties. So these are the 3-4 key players, or to helping the startup ecosystem. In summary, we can say a reliable and a supportive ecosystem is a necessary condition for a startup success. Then I move on to the last point, which is India's journey as a startup nation. India is the fastest growing startup ecosystem in the world. We are the third largest, with more than 2.3 lakh startups registered, with 130 unicorns. The unicorns are the one with the valuation more than $1 billion. Every day, millions of Indians are using the services or product developed by successful Indian startups, be it Zomato, be it Swiggy, Ola, Flipkart, Naukri, the list goes on. So far, the startups created about 30 lakhs jobs in India. We are a growing nation, so we require about 1 crore job every year to meet the requirements. So from that perspective, the government is pushing hard for the startup success. They already initiated many schemes and policies, including the flagship program, Startup India. Apart from the central government, the state government and other agencies also stepped in and supporting the startups and startup ecosystem. If you look at various schemes that are available or existing now, so there is something called Seed Fund scheme by the Government of India. Then there is a tax break for startups. Then dedicated hub for startups where the whole ecosystem is available, like in the cities like Bangalore or in Mumbai or in Delhi. All you need to do is go there and establish your startup company. All ecosystem is available. So in summary, I can say the government, the state government and central government and various other agencies are giving a full support for the startups to come up and succeed. So that we have seen that the incredible journey, and we expect many startups to come and to move the nation up. So before I end this talk, let me quote what the famous biologist Charles Darwin said 170 years ago. In the struggle for survival, the fittest win out at the expense of the rivals, because they are succeeded in adapting to the best to their environment. So when we talk about the startup, the failures are very high, the mortality rates are very high. So, but the one which is surviving, they adapted to the best. So, and also it's a kind of a winner take all. You've seen that the story about the Nvidia, it's a $4.7 trillion. And similarly, if you look at all the successful companies, it's a kind of a winner take all situation. And I thank ICC for inviting me, and I thank you all for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Your valuable message for the startup beginner and MSME also. Thank you, sir. The end of the section. If you any question that is.
Sir, congratulations. You have finished the session on time. The only session in these 2 days which has finished on time. So
because we are also learned.
Thank you. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of this session. And thank you, Mr. V. Senthil Kumar, for coordinating it and moderating it. So before we end and move on to the last session of the day, may I request Mr. Senthil Kumar to present mementos to our guests on the stage.
I have a question.
So can we take it offline, please? So khatam ho gaya, abhi kya question? Memento
I asked earlier. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, okay, fine. So we can take one question, not an issue. We can take the. Please introduce yourself and just ask to whom you are asking the question to.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Prashant from Seaweed Agritech. So my question is to Bhavani Ram ma'am. Yeah, namaste ma'am. So I'm from Andhra Pradesh. I'm very much happy that I think so hopefully by last 2 months back you have visited Andhra Pradesh, that you want to start some initiation with our fisherwomen community in Andhra Pradesh. Yes. So may I know what the initiation you are going to start in Andhra Pradesh, that we are very much happy that you are coming to Andhra Pradesh to do something for our people. Yes. Thank you.
I'm originally from Andhra, sir. So.
Oh, thank you. So what you are going to do, madam, in Andhra Pradesh?
So in this, we were approached actually by the, namaste sir, so approached by the government of Andhra for the people who look after, it's like the Kudumbashri in Kerala, it's called SERP. And so SERP had invited us to start working with the women from the fishing communities. And they're very interested in Andhra to start seaweed cultivation. So we are working in 3 places in Andhra. One is in Konasima and in Anakapalli and in Budukatlapalam, which is in Vijayanagaram district. So these are the 3 locations that they have asked us to start working. So working with women, again, entrepreneurship, life skills, vocational skills, skill development among the women farmers. These are the places that they have identified with the possibility for seaweed cultivation. We've had meetings with CFMRI, CMFRI, sorry, that was a little dyslexic about me. CMFRI in Vizag. And with their guidance and this thing, we've started to interact with these communities. This is what we're doing over there. Will you be there? Okay, then we see you there.
Ma'am, we will also be there, holding your hands. Maybe we can get to Chief Minister Mr. Chandrababu Naidu and convince him. We approached him a couple of times. Let us be hopeful that next time he allows us to do the seaweed in Andhra. Let us see. We have submitted the proposals, met him a couple of times. So we are also hopeful that next time we can do it there. Okay. Any more questions? No. So we can end this session. And yes, may I request Mr. Senthil Kumar to present the mementos to our guest, Ms. Runa Ray. Sir, if you could. Yes. Mr. Kaviraj. Dr. Bhavani Rao. Mr. Evangelist Patros. And may I request all our dignitaries to come in front for a group photo, please? Okay. So yes, I'm sorry, sir. Now see. May I request, do we have Johnson sir here? Yeah. May I request Johnson sir on behalf of the organizers to present the memento to Mr. Senthil Kumar. Yeah, for the group. One group photo, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take 5 minutes, maybe less than that. We'll just change the name boards and quickly start the last session of the day. Just give us 2-3 minutes. Meanwhile, while the boards are getting changed, I would once again like to thank all our partners, right from CSM CRI, CMFRI, NFDB, NABARD, Empeda, Tropical Agro, Farm Hub, Snap Alganites, Clima Crew, Novonesis, IFCO, Aqua Agri, Trishul Biotech, the Seaweed Consortium and C6 Energies. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Of course, not to forget our exhibitors also, Ananda Agriculture, Goldwyn India Private Limited, Marine Hydrochlorides, Tropical Agro, Satyam Kisan Care, Empeda, NIFAT, CSM CRI, CMFRI, IFCO and NFDB. Thank you all for your support, which has helped us in organizing this event successfully. Would also like to thank all the participants, all our distinguished guests who have spoken and who have put their views in last 2 days. Thank you very much. Thank you for traveling from far, far places to attend this summit, to our international dignitaries, our international guests. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for being there. Thank you very much. And last but not the least, all of you are distinguished delegates. Thank you. Thank you for attending this. Over the last 6-7 years, it is you who is making this a successful event. Speakers, sponsors, all of them are there, but without attendees, without delegates, makes no sense. So thank you very much for being there and supporting us always. And would also like to thank all my colleagues, Seema, and back down there in office, Jyoti and Dipti, they have been my strengths. You know, I only stand in front of you and do this buck. All the actual work is done by my team. I would also like to thank Sanjeev. Thank you to CSM CRI team, to CMFRI team, to all the audio-visual guys, to the backdrop and branding guys. Thank you. Thanks to everybody. So we are ready now. All Thanksgiving is done. And we approach the last session of the summit. Before I start the last session, just one important announcement. Post this session, we have a award giving ceremony. You must have seen this, students who have come from CMFRI and CSM CRI. They have given these posters. So they have presented posters. There was a competition which was judged by Madam Neval and Dr. Marines. So both of them had adjudicated it yesterday. They have come to a decision. I will call them. They will share their views. And the presentation will be there at the end of this session. So now, to start this last session, may I request Dr. VVR Suresh, who is the head Mariculture Division ICAR CMFRI, to kindly join us on stage. Dr. Suresh. There he comes. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Dr. VVR Suresh. Also, please join us on stage, Dr. Sushant Kundu, Executive Director, Climate Crew. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being with us. As this is the last session, let us all show that we are awake, please. Dr. Stephen Karan, Director and CSO, Oceana Organic Products Limited. Thank you, Dr. Karan. Dr. K. Suresh Babu, Chief Scientist, Department of Natural Products and Medical Chemistry, Indian Institute of Chemical Technology. Dr. K. Suresh Babu. Dr. Satish Lakakula, Scientist, CSM CRI, Mandapam. Welcome, sir. And last but not least, Dr. Rajiv Dwivedi, his Business Development Manager, Plant Health, Novonesis. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us today. As you all know, this is a panel discussion session. So may I now request Dr. Suresh to kindly take the session forward.
Thank you for helping me. Good afternoon, all of you. Sitting here, I remember my friend and colleague, Dr. Johnson, said yesterday in an afternoon session that post-lunch sessions always used to be little, normally used to have hangover after having a sumptuous food. And this session of that lunch hangover, as well as being a last session, I think every one of you will be looking forward to run home as early as possible to reach home. So I think we will try to make it as short as possible, and also try to take one more congratulation from the organizers for making it on time or even before time. So this session is Seaweed 2030, Visioning India's Rise as a Global Seaweed Powerhouse. So yesterday and today we have been listening to sessions on policy, regulatory framework, financing, supply chain, market development, cultivation systems, farming innovations, bioprospecting and product development, cultivation innovation, processing, seaweed, climate resilience, startup, innovation, industrial application, and today we also heard the stake of fashion industry on seaweeds. So I think it encompassed every areas of seaweed as a sector. Now, this session has a responsibility to envision what are we up to by the year 2030. Very short period of time, hardly 4 years left. So to give it a momentum, I have a brief remark on the sector and what we are looking at it to take India to the powerhouse of global seaweed industry or seaweed sector. Currently with 0.02 million ton of production, although with the farming potential of more than 9 million tons. Realistically, if you look at, we have been listening to some of our participants, stakeholders, visualizing at least 1 million ton per year. But our conservative estimates doesn't take us to that level with the current pace of, the rate of growth that is happening in this sector. So we visualize somewhere around 0.2 million tons. To take it to that level of 1 million and above, we need a mission mode action plans in place. I'll take 2 examples from the agriculture sector. We had this pulses mission. We also had this millet mission. Both of these missions could bring in visible, measurable, transformative changes in that sector. So maybe I looking for an opportunity to highlight, can we look at, a mission for seaweed? Maybe mission seaweed or seaweed mission. We do have emphasis on seaweed farming on PMMSY and the blue economy initiatives of the country. But seaweed forms a part of it, although there has been tremendous support given by the government through these schemes. Now PMMSY discussing for the next phase of it. Now, can we emphasize something special for seaweeds on that? We have different institutions, different ministries, and the industry and the growers. I think there isn't a converging point in anywhere. Everyone is, going in their direction of interest. So at this point, maybe at this juncture, we require a kind of an umbrella setup, an umbrella organization, or an umbrella scheme. Maybe we can name it whatever we feel like. I felt it may be better if we have a seaweed mission in that sense. And bring everybody together, chart a point of our growth, put things in place enough finance and support, and also discuss the possibility of bringing seaweed at par with agriculture so that all the benefits that is being enjoyed by the sector can be brought into the seaweed farming. Currently, it is neither fisheries, it is neither agriculture, it is somewhere in between. And we also have to look at how to incentivize. When it comes to growth of seaweed, maybe the first step is the biomass production, where we can do that. When we compare agriculture, it is done on land, owned by individuals. It's individuals' decision and discretion what they want to do with their land. But the story is different when it comes to the seas and the oceans. It's not owned by an individual. It's a common and is an open access property shared by multiple stakeholders. So everybody's interest is to be considered. If I want to invest a good amount of money, I cannot just walk into or swim into or drive into the sea areas and start cultivation of seaweed. For that, we need policies. We have discussed that. Maybe we are looking at, in Indian perspective, 8 different policies for these 8 coastal states. Fisheries is a state subject in India, and up to our territorial waters around 10 nautical miles, the jurisdiction falls under each of these state governments. Unless the state governments come forward to frame a mariculture or a seaweed farming policy, identify areas suitable for that, and throw it open for investment and give the ample protection that is required, the industry will find it difficult to generate the kind of biomass we are expecting by 2030 or even beyond that. I think in this conclave, perhaps only the Tamil Nadu is represented. Otherwise, other states, I could not find any serious representation. Maybe my suggestion to the to the organizers, at least in the next iteration of this program, we have to make it a point that every coastal state representatives are, attending, so that they can go home and drive the point of need for identifying and throwing open the waters for mariculture as well as specifically seaweeds within the ambit of this. So with this, I invite all my panelists to have a discussion on this. I also request each of them to take at least 5 to 6 minutes to raise their issues, points, and the suggestions. So may I invite now Dr. Sushant Kundu to start with. Sir, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Suresh, for the starting introduction. I would like to take this opportunity to thank ICC for taking this initiative. This is the 7th edition, and I've been attending all the conferences which it has done till date. There is quite a bit of transformation which has been from the first, what we have noticed, to the 7th, but is very slowly evolving. From the industry I represent, I'd like to bring in about 5 or 6 sectors or areas where it needs to be addressed to really reach 2030 to certain respectable position globally. At present, India is not there in the first 10 of production worldwide. Now, the first thing is that if you look into, from an industry perspective, we are looking mainly to have biomass. There, once the biomass is there, the next things follows. But we are not having enough biomass which is required by the industry or for any other activity. So my suggestion would be, which I was discussing, the good thing is that 2 major institutes are involved. One is the CSIR, which is for industrial research, and the next one is ICR, for agriculture research. ICR has an setup or a division which is called as engineering division, where for agriculture implements or like your seeding, processing, all the instrumentations are actually designed and brought out at a particular discounted price. The government which brings in, but the engineering is done in such a way that it understands the basic requirement of a farmer. Similarly, being an ICR institute, if that facility can be brought in seaweed cultivation, not only in seaweed cultivation, seed production, seed processing, and whatever engineering activity is required for this to happen and take it into a mass scale, probably we will be able to meet the global standards. At present, that is missing. And if at all 1 or 2 companies have been working, it's too expensive. But if I am sure if government takes it up, the things would be better, cost effective, and for mass activity. Second thing, to address this whole activity, this sector, especially in the seaweed sector, insurance is not available. For a farmer in the land, if you are looking from farming communities, they have insurance or their crops, their produce, and also from climate change, if anything is there, it is protected. But in seaweed, you do not have any insurance backups. Let it be from the individual as a grower. And this, let me also remind you, mainly this seaweed cultivation coastal area is mainly addressed by the women folk. So insurance, I think, should be the first priority to ensure that they are protected from any accidents or all the produce also, if possible. The next one is, we are too much dependent on one variety or 2 varieties. Like Kappa ficus or Sargassum, probably this won't do. At least 5 to 6 varieties or 10 varieties which could be identified, and let it be from an indigenous one. It need not to be that all India basis we cultivate the same thing or available. Why not identify seaweeds which are very specific to particular coastal area? If that could be done, probably that seaweed can be owned up by that particular coastal units. Another biggest challenge is seed. Due to climate activities, that means when the rainy season comes, our seed is 0. So every season we start from 0, we come to a state where it is about 80 to 90% of the capacity we reach. And again, by the time 4 or 5 months, the rainy season comes in, everything is lost. So seed bank is the next infrastructure which is very much required by it could be a government sponsored, it could be an infrastructure by the state governments, but it should be made available at any given time so that the fishing community or the seaweed growers can take it up as soon as possible. Another thing is that, which I put it, see, what industry is looking at it is, if a standard variety is available, it should also be adopted or accepted by the community. We have noticed from an industrial point of view, there are many aggregators, that means who collects the material from different farmers, seaweed farmers, and collects it and give it to the industry. Here, the quality is not the first priority, but industry requires quality, quantity to really make a difference. I think from my side, about 4 or 5 points. Let's hear the others on their views also. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kundu. You have highlighted the need for quality biomass in sufficient quantity, as well as need for convergence of institutions and organizations for the common cause. Thank you very much. Now, may I call upon Dr. Karan to take up the stage, spend 5 minutes on your views, where India.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Sure. And of course, Dr. Kundu more or less has summed it all up already, but just let's vision, because that is also the exercise of this in 2030. Where will India be? What is going to happen in the next 4 years? And for me, when Prime Minister Modi 2 years ago said, we're going to produce 1 million tons by 2025, that kick-started something within government, within the agencies that all are working in this space, with the PMSSY program, that suddenly seaweed became something on its own. It was not lumped in with fish or with something else. There was money available set aside for seaweed. And that has started something in the last 2 years that I've actually witnessed myself here in India that start to make a difference. And all these things, what was mentioned by Dr. Kundu, with tools and simple things for women to make life easier to farm seaweed. But let's go back to the base. There's 2 things that are missing, which definitely have to be addressed in the next 4 years. A real baseline study, and not only mapping where the seaweeds are and what good areas are, but also on nutrient temperature profiles, in effect of the monsoon, when can you grow, what is the peak season, all this has to be mapped. Then there must be a roadmap developed for the next 20 years to exactly kind of pinpoint when certain things have to kick in, what is available from grant aid, subsidy, how can we use these tools to accelerate this industry? Because by 2030, I think we might get to 200,000 tons if we put our minds together. Also, the joint up thinking of the different states in India, the policy, the government that is to be developed, that if I grow in Gujarat, it must be the same rules that apply if I grow in Tamil Nadu or in Lakshadweep. That there is no differences, that it becomes a standard. And only then, I think we get to that level, and only then, in maybe 2035, India will get into the top 10, and even 30, 40 years down the line, we probably become player number 3 after Indonesia and China, because that is going to be hard to beat. And find the niche areas for your seaweed. Not carrageenan, not agar, because you cannot compete with the Chinese. It is not possible, and you will always be undercut. But find, like the plastic replacement industry, using seaweeds as a biomass. That is where we should aim for. And that's, I think, where we should go.
Thank you, Dr. Stefan. Very quickly briefing what he visualized where India has to reach by 2030. He has emphasized need for areas for seaweeds and the seasonal influence of growth, survival, and productivity of seaweeds, and need for enabling policy and a roadmap for our development. And let us also not compare ourselves with a country like China in any way. Thank you very much. Thank you for the comments. Thank you. May I now invite Dr. Suresh Babu to highlight what he look at the ways and means where we can, or the heights we can reach by 2030 within the sector of seaweed.
Yeah. Sir, first of all, I would like to thank the ICC for giving me the opportunity. Perhaps this is my first attending this kind of Seaweed Expo and other things. And I was so excited after seeing a couple of starting from women empowerment to different kinds of products. As many of the points I agree with Dr. Kundu, as he has pointed out, the for what to do, anything, for anything we want to do, there should be a biomass. So we need to first to strengthen the cultivation techniques, and also we never need to depend upon the one or two species. And in my perspective, government needs to give more focus on seaweed cultivation by giving incentives to women and as well as startups to enhance the cultivation practices. And coming to seaweed mission, CSIR is running one seaweed mission project, but it's not sufficient. The other ministries also should focus on installing some kind of seaweed missions to increase the cultivation practices. And another important thing is, in addition to biofertilizers, carrageenan products and all those things, seaweed marine chemicals is also play important role in the pharma sector. When you see almost 20 to 30% of antibiotics and other HIV drugs and anti-cancer drugs are derived from marine sources only. So that's what, even though we have more than 7,500 kilometers range of marine coastal region, marine chemicals, particularly marine bioactive compounds, marine chemicals was not explored from the diversified our marine sources. That is also one of the important aspects in the health point of view. So this is my view as a chemist, always look for the bioactive constants of our druggable candidates. There are some other different kind of compounds which are derived from seaweeds also in the present market. So this is one of the focus area also, in addition to the other industries, other biodegradable polymers or biopolymers and biofertilizers. So this is my views regarding the India's vision in the 2030 in the seaweed. Thank you once again for giving the opportunity. I thank the chairman for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh, for re-emphasizing or even reiterating the need for a mission mode program for seaweed growth in our country, as well as focus on the potential of marine chemicals, specifically that emanates from seaweeds. Thank you for that. Okay. I think the initial speakers have lost the privilege of time. Perhaps we wanted to make it as shorter as possible so that all of us can reach home. So there is a request from the organizers that we can take even 10 minutes for speaking. Yeah, maybe even 20 minutes. So I think whatever the time possible, all of you are free to take. Maybe we can reserve some time for question and answers and for discussion, considering in my point of view, this is the most important session of the entire exercise today when we are planning for visualization of the growth of seaweed sector in our country, that too in 4 years by 2030. Thank you very much. Now may I request Dr. Satish? Yeah.
Very good evening, all the participants. It's a pleasure. We have been given extra time from the organizing committee. I'm very happy for that. Let me talk about Vision 2030. Already senior speakers for the past 2 days, they have given. However, we could see lot of improvements in seaweed farming activities, especially by several startup companies, MSMEs, industries, and self-help groups, and small-scale industries too. For example, if you compare from last ICC 2025 with the current ICC 2026, we could see several new startup companies, MSMEs, have been entered. We can see the stalls, maybe you have visited in the past 2 days. There are several new companies with their well-established new formulations showing biostimulants. seaweed value-added products, that shows the vision is going in positive way. However, we have some issues with the seaweed biomass, seaweed cultivation issues, climate issues. Of course, we cannot control the climate issues. However, we can overcome with small and minor technical changes, improvements. However, if we see the improvements in seaweed farming, before 2020 to 2023, when PMMSY started, there was seaweed farming only in Tamil Nadu and Gujarat states. Later, it has been started expanding to other states with support of several nodal agencies, including CSIR, CSMCRI, NIOT, SIBA, all major R&D institutions with industry support. Now, all these nodal agencies together has been reported several new sites in India, in new states, including Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, West Bengal, Karnataka, Kerala, Goa, Maharashtra, and UTs like Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Lakshadweep Islands. Where the new sites have been reported, we should congratulate all the state governments who have been giving continuous support in establishing the industry startup companies and encouraging the self-help groups for scaling up the seaweed farming in their states. For example, in Andhra Pradesh, government of SERP departments, they are giving projects continuously back to back with multiple research institutes and encouraging. That kind of motivation should be there in other states also. When they are giving projects to multiple institutions, the competition will be there, friendly competition. They will work together by taking the material from various places. When we talk about shortage of the biomass, recently through Government of India project, we have started a seed bank in Bapatla district. They have about 15 tons of material now. We don't need to worry about the seed shortage now. If we are maintaining that seed bank, that can be expanded for other districts. The MSME which started in Bapatla district, they are ready to share their seaweed biomass with a minimal cost for other startup companies and entrepreneurs too. And for the first time, we have CSMCRI has been established a commercial seaweed farming in the deep sea ocean in Andhra Pradesh state that can be looked as a model. I have seen many startup companies, entrepreneurs and youngsters attending this conference. They may visit Bapatla site with the help of SERP and Department of Fisheries. They can take it as a model for expanding the site in their native districts. And if we see the opportunities, when we looked at Vision 2030, for example, in any state, if you do farming in 20,000 hectares, you can create 1 lakh employment opportunities. That is the motto where the government is taking forward. And there are some other minor issues like climate change. If you do more anchoring and other fish netting, these things to avoid the grazing, we can go for huge biomass production. And another important point to be discussed here, when we are talking about self-help group involvement, mobilization of self-help groups is very challenging task. When rural development people not involving in seaweed farming, we cannot go further. Where government has to come forward and give them 100% subsidies, especially in the states where commercial farming is starting for the first time. This kind of methodology already well established in Tamil Nadu and Gujarat states. In the past 20 years, various schemes has been given continuously to the farmers. That's how seaweed farming is successful in Tamil Nadu state and Gujarat states. As we all have to work together. That can be taken as a model where seaweed farming can be taken for further. And another important point to be discussed here, most of the startup companies looking for the seaweed farming, where you cannot make more money. That money is not sufficient for their employment daily wages. You have to focus on value-added product development simultaneously. You should have your own seed bank for continuous cycles of seaweed farming, where you have machinery of seedling production, biomass production, multiplication. There immediately you have to focus on the value-added product development. You can enter into the market. You have to identify the market where it is a networking system. Otherwise, after working for 1 to 2 years, you will have only the biomass left, which will not survive in the ocean for a long time. After a couple of cycles, you have to make use of it or share with others or go for the value-added product development. If you keep on multiplying and selling, as an industry, you cannot make money. So you should focus on carrageenan production from Kappa ficus alvarezi, agar production from Gracilaria species, and some other edible products, pharmaceutical products from various other seaweeds. And there are other smaller issues already discussed by the expertise. If you want to involve self-help groups, you have to make the skill easier by providing several technical tools. And industries also should come forward for making it easier for deep sea farming involvement. There are several other issues to discuss. Thank you, sir. I thank Chairman for extending my time. And now there are some startup companies here looking forward to have their own seaweed farming. After registration, you have to approach the government for land leasing policy, where in new states like Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, there are no full set of policies has been given. Especially in terms of industry, there are a lot of rules and regulations as hurdles for their startup company. If you approach any government office, they say get forest department approval, get fisheries department approval. You have to run behind. Government has to take a single window approval opportunities for the new startup companies, where it will encourage the new fisherwomen, youngsters, startup companies, MSMEs to involve more. And all the startup companies also, they have to work together, where if the startup company is focusing only on the seaweed production, they can involve other industry startup companies by giving their seed material for value-added product development. That will be more helpful. And another thing, all the national institute has to come in one umbrella to solve these kind of technical issues by providing seed materials to the startup companies. If we follow these all one after another, Vision 2030 will be more successful. With this, I thank ICC for giving this opportunity, and also I thank Director CSM CRI and my colleagues for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Dr. Sadish, I'm sure you missed a few more points. Kindly come to that.
For example, as we discussed, some of the self-help groups, they don't have their own boat engagement when they are doing seaweed farming. A lot of safety issues are there. They should focus on such subsidized systems, where government has to give some opportunities for them to encourage, so that where the expenditure will be reduced. And safety issues, when several fisherwomen is involving, some national agency has to give continuous technical support for them. Where some small gaps are there, it should not lead them to go in a wrong way and end up with no multiplication of the seaweed biomass. It's better to have continuous technical support visits by expert industries or expert national institutions. And as we discussed, infrastructure gaps. For example, fisherwomen sitting on the shore and making lot of seed material preparations and seeding on ropes. However, for installing that rafts and anchoring, we don't have sufficient technical support, where we should have expert divers who will continuously help them for seeding, erecting the rafts, as well as for harvesting of the rafts after a cycle completion and reseeding works. These kind of technical supports also will help. And another thing, you should monitor your seaweed continuously, where there is a disease-free farming is happening. For example, CSMCRI, our team working on seaweed seedling production with disease-free controls. That kind of improvements has to be done, where farmers themselves naturally can select the best seeds for their next cycling, not randomly pick the seed and do the seaweed biomass for next cycling, where it will increase the disease opportunities in the farms. And also, material post-harvest management is very, very important, where the price of the seaweed is going higher. For example, if you harvest the seaweed and maintain low moisture content, the price will go high. And also, when you are drying the seaweed on a platform-based or hanging-based methods, you can avoid sand, debris, any other seaweed unwanted material attachments on the dry material. When any industries looks your material, it should be very fresh, without any contaminated materials. Their price will be goes high. Any question? Any other points missing, sir? Okay. Thank you very much. If there are any points, we will come back and we'll discuss again.
Thank you, Sadish, Dr. Sadish, for highlighting the importance of startups, value addition, and mobilizing self-help groups in this sector. You have also highlighted examples from real-life situations, and very important point he emphasized is requirement for single window systems for clearances, for approvals and things like that. Otherwise, any startup will have to run not less than half a dozen organizations or departments to get the clearances. That itself is discouraging for anyone, however enthusiastic or financially capable they are. And reiterated need for convergence as well as ample efficient infrastructure in the sector to take the seaweed industry to a still higher levels. Now, may I request our last panelist, Dr. Rajiv Dwivedi, to have your points on the desk.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Suresh. I think there are two Dr. Suresh. So VVR Suresh. Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon. I think everybody have to wake up a little bit. So last speaker, privileged to be the last speaker, unless you have some questions. So I'm from sales background, so I'm not a typical scientist, so bear with me. So I sell agri inputs. So my thought process is more around agriculture and agri, sector. But I'm amazed to see or hear about a lot of value which is coming out of this conference, and see so much of compounds or uses of this. Sorry, I don't want to name it as a seaweed. I have after hearing all that, I question why we call it a weed, right? Anybody, I don't know how this name came. Maybe these people who are, very much well, must have a, strong logic behind it. You want to respond to it? Yeah, please.
Yeah, no, we had this discussion in Ireland 15 years ago. Why do we call seaweed weeds? Because it's negative. So we changed it into sea vegetables for food purposes and for eating. And then people had a different perception. But I do what you get, or I get what you do and what you say here.
Yeah, thank you. So I have maybe even organizer also, if they are listening, they are busy in closing up. So
maybe from Indian perspective, now why this
yeah. Even from the Indian perspective, you want to add something?
Yes, yeah. One point. Maybe we have enough time to discuss about that.
Yeah.
See, in aquaculture, normally we target specific species of fishes of high value, fast growing, good feed conversion ratios and economic importance. So when the farming happens, there are also local, less important, fishes. We call them weed fishes. That's on the one side. On the agriculture sector, we have non-targeted, plants grow along with the targeted high-value crops, and the farmers used to, remove it. We call it weed and weeding out. Perhaps when these seaweeds, the so-called algae plants or macrophytes, importance was not very known. There has been other sectors that is happening, fishing, fisheries, fish farming. So in many of these, many of these, macrophytes used to become a hindrance. So maybe from the premise of agriculture, aquaculture, still the term weed comes, but now per se, it's a green gold, not a weed.
Okay, but probably I'll use the term marine biomass. Probably, is it a proper name? Because see, it's all about your mindset, right? If you really want to make it a big, you have to. It starts from here. It starts from your mindset, right? The way you think, the way you do your action, it's very much here, right? Now, if I say a weed, I have a different thought process towards a weed, because this lot of product, going into a commercial use, something meaningful. So let's, when you're envisioning 4 years, 5 years down the line, or 2030 strategy, or whatever your strategy we are trying to make, I think let's start with that, renaming this, right? Renaming it so that the moment we call, we do not, our mind should go with it. That something we need to create. That's number one. Now, if you look at, I'm not a very expert of this particular, industry, particularly, a lot of other, products comes out of it. But I was reading and I was also asking that, what's the size of this? Because number, I like numbers. So, it stuck in my mind. I was also, asking him that, what's the market size globally? It suddenly comes out to be 7 to 9 billion USD, right? It's quite a good number. And interestingly, growing into double digit, right? So that means the growth of this industry is quite interesting. Now again, I was looking at what's the India, where we are. So probably we are 1% of it, 1% of the business, the global. And then we have, I was hearing that we have a 7,500 kilometers of coastal line, right? But is that only coastal line matters? What really matters to make it, a sizable or good product, or, so there are basic fundamentals. Even for a good product, the fundamentals are same. What do you need? You need a process technology, right? Process technology you need. Fortunately, in India, we have all the process technology available, right? We manufacture world-class, molecules. Pharma is example of it, right? So we have mastered that art. We can do it here, right? What we need is to sell any product, you need a consistent quality. You need a consistent quality. We need a consistent quality, right? So, and that consistent quality comes from the backward integration. What Dr. Kundu was also talking about, that it has to be streamlined in such a way that backward integration, quality, processing, and then you have to brand it. Branding plays a major role here. Now, if you look at our Western friends, how they have done it, right? I think some of them are sitting here. There's a lot of learning from them. You see, they have branded cold water. So the region comes from where it is sourced, kelp, right? So you see that the thought process, the branding, and it is science-backed. So you need a region where it is grown. You need a proper character of it. It is cold climate, and then it is all science-backed, wrapped into science. And what we say, seaweed extract, right? We need to talk a language of science, right? We need to talk to language of science. And from that's where your consistent quality comes. Should we talk in terms of molecule, right? If a product for a farmer, it hardly matters if it is supporting a livelihood of somebody. He's not bothered. He's bothered about his crop. So if he gets the right product, and if that product is consistently performing, he's happy. He wants to pay price for that. So the thought process need to be reoriented. It has to be taken away from the, livelihood and all that. Of course, that matters. But when you want to industrialize a product to a large, I just close it 1 minute. In a large, to take it really scalable, industry, you have to really hit on the fundamentals. So thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. And I hand over this to Dr. Suresh. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dwivedi. You have highlighted a point of nomenclature. It's very important. I think there are places elsewhere they have recoined the term seaweed. You have also highlighted the requirement for branding and consistent quality in seaweed products, and the materials we make out of it. It has been interesting to listen to you. Thank you very much. Organizers, I'm not taking time in making a concluding statement at this point of time. The entire session has been a concluding session. Perhaps one or two takeaway points from this session. Perhaps there is need for very strong and effective convergence and enabling, Yes, sure, policy, need for efficient infrastructure, and what we require is mission mode action plans in place to take this seaweed sector to higher levels. Now I throw open this platform to all of you to raise your questions, suggestions or points on these sessions. And whoever is there, maybe we can cross-consult each other. Anyone? Any questions, suggestions, remarks? We have another 10 more minutes time with us. Yes, Dr. Shagar, please come in.
Yes, sir, this is Shekhar. So this is not like question session. I feel it is like a small suggestion. As Dr. Sadish said, the infrastructure means we can have the all over almost coastal states, small jetties. Normally what happens actually when you go for the deep water farming system, we have to use the obviously boat. So for that actually, mostly if it is a very plain like a off-season area, at least you can get into the sea easily. Whereas slowly if it is a rough season, you cannot venture into sea as how we are going. So I think they can propose on small jetties in most of the area, at least selected point. You identify the location, there you can have the infrastructure facility with the jetties. So that easily you can venture into the sea for the activities. So that may be one point which you can add upon that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. That is, the point is taken very well. That's a part of the infrastructure deficiencies we have been discussing about. Anyone else?
Good evening. It has been a very enriching session, 2-day session. On my behalf and behalf of all other delegates, I would like to thank the organizers, ICC, CMFRI, ICAR, and other delegates. Special thanks to Sushant Jidde and Seema and other people who have been running around for the last 2 days. He has been the live wire really. My congratulations to you, sir. And I really enjoyed. I came here as a very poor man as far as seaweeds are concerned. A microalgae, can I put it in that way? And now I'm going back enriched. I had a lot of passion. I did not know where to start, what to do. Now I know where to do, what to do. Thank you. And another suggestion to the organizers is, if it is possible, if we can share the presentations in the website. So those who are interested can take some cue and lead on that. Yeah, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, hello. My name's Rohit. I think great conference. I was, there's so much going on, so it's great to absorb all the information from the experts. Next year, maybe we can also have a separate session on the full LCA impact of seaweed. So we cover, bioplastics route. We talk also about how if we're using seaweed instead of a biostimulant instead of chemical fertilizers, there's also an impact there as well. Okay, so that I think would help build the story around seaweed.
So much appreciate. We take this suggestion, and definitely next year we'll try to include this in our.
I just want to respond to your question. We first have to crawl before we run. So it's good to have a session on this, but it should not take over and determine our industry. First, we have to get the systems in place to create more biomass. Of course, then we can look at LCA and impact. But without that, there is no need even to look at LCA and impact if we don't have the biomass. You get my point? No, we have the airco here roaring above us, so yeah.
So yeah, so just interesting that we're going into a carbon world where people are more sensitive about it. And the one thing that we can connect is that if you have protein coming from fish, shrimp, etc., that is generally very low carbon protein, so we need to promote that a little bit more. And if also there's seaweed as a nutrient in people's diets, also I think that's actually, it's a great story. So I'm saying I agree with what you're saying, but I'm saying there's something missing in our marketing of
Yeah, you want to use it as a
sector.
marketing kind of tool.
Yeah, marketing also for our own,
but let's create the biomass first, right?
Yeah, sure. But you can also get, you will in due course get credits for this if you're actually, doing this. Yeah. And I don't think sinking seaweed makes any sense at all. We actually need to use that seaweed to back out fossil fuels and higher LCA products.
We're on the same frequency.
Any more suggestions from our regular participants? You have been attending for last 6-7 years, and we appreciate that. And you have seen how this seaweed, Expo and Summit has evolved over the years. from the number one which we did in Mumbai to now here in Kochi. And we have Dr. Kran and also Dr. Kundu, who are who would vouch for it that it has evolved over the years. We are trying to, include more aspects of seaweed in our program. So your advice is much appreciated. It is taken. So let us see next year how we go about it. So any more question or suggestion, or we will just conclude with our closing ceremony. Fine. So I think there are no more questions. So we will conclude this session first, and I would like to thank Dr. V.V.R. Suresh for chairing this session and moderating it, sir. Thank you very much. Before we end this session, may I request you to present mementos to our dignitaries, to Dr. Sushant Kundu. Please, sir. Can we have applause a bit better than this, please? Yeah, this is better. Dr. Kran, you had your memento yesterday, I think, in your first session. I'm so sorry. No issues, but you can have your. Maybe afterwards, after this. So, Dr. K. Suresh Babu. Dr. Satish Lakakula. Dr. Rajiv Dwivedi. And may I request Mr. Vinay James Kennedy, who is the Chairman ICC Kerala State Council, to present memento to Mr. V.V.R. Suresh, to Dr. V.V.R. Suresh. And may I request all our guests to stand in front for a group photo, sir. Sir, including you, for a group photo, please. Thank you. We will have our next ceremony. This is, for the first time, or maybe I don't remember. We have now decided to give certificates to our exhibitors also. And for that, may I request once again, Mr. Kennedy to please come up on stage and do the honors, please. Okay. So may I request representative from Ananda Agriculture to come up on stage and accept his certificate from Mr. Kennedy. This is the stall. This is the stall certificate, Ananda Agriculture. Goldwyn India Private Limited. May I request the representative from Goldwyn India to come up on stage, please. Acha. So, may I request Dr. Johnson? Dr. Johnson is here from CMFRI? Yes, he's there. Sir, kindly join our chairman on the stage, please. Sir, आप भी आ जाइए. Sir, आप भी आ जाइए, please. Dr. Kamlesh ji. Dr. Suresh. He's not there. Sir, so may I request Dr. Johnson to present the certificate to marine hydrochloride. Marine hydrochloride. Dr. Kamlesh, if you can present the certificate to NFDB, anyone from NFDB, or I would request Dr. Khandelwal to accept it on behalf of NFDB. If anyone is there from NFDB, Santosh, you are there? Yeah, okay, he comes. Sir. Yes, so Santosh will receive it. He's not from NFDB though, but he would receive it on behalf of NFDB. Next. Tropical Agrosystem India Private Limited. We'll have it from Dr. Suresh. Tropical, anyone from Tropical? Anyone from Tropical? Who's next? Empeda. Anyone from Empeda? Yes, please. Come up on stage. Take your certificate from Dr. Suresh, please. तालियां रुक गई. Okay, may I request the representative of Satyam Kisan Care to come up on stage and take their certificate from Mr. Kennedy. Satyam Kisan. From anyone from Satyam? IFCO. IFCO's representative, please. CSM CRI. So who is going to take it? Yes, come, Satish ji. You can get it from Mr. Kennedy. One of our co-organizers, CSM CRI. And CSM CRI has been there right since the beginning of this summit. Next is NIFAT. Anyone from NIFAT? Government of India? NIFAT? That's all? So that ends the stall certificate distribution. Okay, so now we move on to the last part of this summit, which is the distribution of these two lovely trophies here. Lovely ladies standing here since morning. So let us see who gets this. But before announcing the names, may I request the two judges of this poster competition to come up on stage, please, and share their views about the various posters they saw yesterday. What are their views on the posters presented by the students? Please welcome them with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
So I had the profit and the pleasure yesterday to go over all of the different posters that the students have made and that they presented to us. And it was a really hard work, giving notes that allowed to separate them with a lot of different topics and a lot of data and a lot of work in all of the posters. So for those that, out of 15 posters, there are will be 2 winners. So it was hard work, and I really want to congratulate all of you for the quality of your posters and of your work.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll make the words, I reinforce what P is saying. And also, as has been said today here, I think one of the things we have to invest if we want to see the seaweed activity to go on is to invest exactly in young researchers, and, young people that will take and continue the work of cultivating seaweed, researching seaweed. And I could see there in the posters, I think it's a magnificent work done by the CMF, by your institution, that is to have a wide range of approaches from basic research on seaweeds to of cultivation, which strains to collect, to also applications, use of high-profile techniques and also basic techniques. And one thing is also to kind of market the seaweed to the community and so on. So I think it's a wonderful work, and I reassure you, it was difficult to decide. P has gone 3 times to the posters, so just for you to have an idea to decide what it was. So thank you very much, and please keep your good work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So, thank you, ma'am. Now, since we are waiting for Director CMFRI, he'll join us in 2-3 minutes. So, I'll take this opportunity to ask Mr. Kulendran to share his, please come up on stage, sir, to share his experiences of, this summit over the years.
Yeah. Thank you, Susanji. That it was very well organized, and I was very well happy. And we look forward every year to be part of this Indian International Seaweed Symposium, because we got to meet every individual of this industry, even though in academia or in industry or developer or a startup or a buyer or even international people. So we all get together. It's more than the sessions. We were able to speak face to face, and we are able to renew our relationships. So this is a very good initiative by ICC. Over the years, I have attended more than 4 or 5, and it will be a great to have. And I have also spoken to, next year we should have it in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, that was my next question.
So
in fact,
all of you all can come to Sri Lanka.
We were just thinking, to take it international. Maybe Sri Lanka is the first destination we are looking at.
So you all can Sri Lanka. Dr. Kamalesh can come to Sri Lanka. He was asking me.
So what are your impressions on that? How do you think that would be?
Yeah, so like Sri Lanka also, we have a very small seaweed association, but also like ICC, we have a Ceylon Chamber of Commerce. So we can have an MOU and have a session. So to have India, Sri Lanka, Maldives together as Indian Ocean countries as a group to have take it to real international. So it can be international seaweed for South Asian region or South Asia.
Good idea. So we can think on those lines. Maybe we'll, right after taking rest for maybe 2-3 days, we can start discussing on this. Thank you, Mr. Kulendran. Now I would like to invite Dr. Kran for his views. Over the years, he has been an integral part of this Seaweed Summit. And every time I call him up, he gives me thumbs up. I'm there.
So I didn't see this one coming, to be honest. So, and I already gave my interview for what I thought of the conference. I came to the first one in, it was January 2020. And it was a very exciting time because I was here for a week and then decided to go home again. And literally 3 days later, the country was closed, COVID. So it was very difficult then to organize the next one. But I've been going ever since. And for me, I already had an interest in India at the time, and we started here with a subsidiary from my previous company, and we continued that. And we've been battling for 5 years to get to the level where we are now in Lakshadweep, in Gujarat, and Tamil Nadu. But this conference has been instrumental, not so much for the presentations or the posters, but for the networking. This is so good for networking, to meet new people, new ideas, to do trials with each other, to do collaboration. And yeah, for me, I wouldn't do without.
Thank you, sir, for those kind words. May I now request Madam Rao, who has visited this, and also Madam Ray, who have visited this summit for the first time, to just share their experience. Maybe I'll come down there. You don't have to come. Maybe I'll come. Director, you're waiting. Yes, ma'am.
I would echo his words. I mean, it was amazing networking, and also to meet a lot of the people from CMFRI and CSMCRI. I was very, very happy. I really appreciate, sir. Thank you so much for actually pulling in me in last minute. I really wanted to come for both days. I feel I missed out, and I hope we'll have the videos available online for me. Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you, sir.
First of all, thank you so much, Mr. Day. This was fantastic, absolutely. I've been to a few, yes. And yes, the entire team. I've been here for both the 2 days, and I learned a lot. I've been to several Seaweed events, but I thought this was something really eye-opening, because there's so much of knowledge sharing that happened here across so many sectors, and also how we could, from the creative industry, how do we employ science, which I think is really important when it comes to seaweed, because otherwise everyone's working in silos. So here it's about coming together and understanding the industry better and seeing how it could be taken into various applications. So thank you.
So since we are still waiting for director, anyone would like to share anything, would like to say anything? Okay. Anything you want to say, sir? I think you're asking Dr. Marines to say something? No? Okay. Just a couple of, yes, please. You come now? Yes.
This is off the record, but I would really like to thank your technical team for their wonderful work and being so quick in the photographs and the videos. Everything was flawless. Thank you.
Yes, that is what I said. I thanked 2-3 times. And once again, I will thank all our partners, my colleagues, Seema, Sanjeev, Anita, and 2 of them who are not here with us back there in Calcutta. So these and the team of CSMCRI, CMFRI, technical team, this AV team of CMFRI, branding team, we just get all the accolades and we get all the, what should I say, appreciation. But the real heroes are these guys, who work tirelessly behind the scene to make this happen. So thank you all. And we still wait for Dr. Grinson George. I think actually there is another ceremony which is going on. He's stuck up there. I was told that he will be here in 5 minutes. But it is done. It will not happen. How can we make them sit for 10-15 minutes? एक बोलो. Post this, post the closing ceremony, there is tea and coffee. We have made the arrangements for tea and coffee, so don't miss that. Yes, I forgot to name one more person in particular, Sanjeev Majumdar. So thank you. He has been a big round of applause. See, he's very, very famous amongst the foreign speakers especially. He has taken care of them very, very meticulously. Yes, so we have got the news now that Dr. George is on his way. So he'll be here in next 2-3 minutes, 5 minutes maximum, right? আর দুটো কেউ তো চলে গেছে আমি কি যদি আচ্ছা যাদের किसान का दे दिया ना सर्टिफिकेट स्टॉल सर्टिफिकेट Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Crimson George is here with us. So please give him a big round of applause. This event was not possible without his involvement and without his, guidance. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So before we close, there was this poster competition, sir, yesterday. I would like to request our chairman also, Chairman Saravato, to join us on stage, please. So we have the runner and winner trophies and certificate. So I will now announce the name of the runner-up. So students, ready? Excited? Nervous? So here it comes. The runner-up for the poster competition is Rafia KT from CMFRI. Please give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Rafia KT, CMFRI. And now the winner. Any guesses? Okay. The winner of this year's poster competition of among students is Prakriti B from CSM CRI. She deserves louder round of applause than this, ladies and gentlemen. Great. So now I would request Dr. George to officially close the summit for this year, sir.
Okay, just before reading the final recommendations, like Sushant is telling, like everything is because of CMFRI, no? It's because of Indian Chamber of Commerce and all other sponsors who supported this program, all the technical experts and the people who are here. Not only in the auditorium, but the last 2 days, lot of deliberations. You believe that technically the sessions were useful, right? So I want to thank Indian Chamber of Commerce. We have both Sushant Dey, who was behind this, and Mr. Vinay, who represents the Indian Chamber of Commerce from their side. So all inaugural session, they have been giving the mementos. So this time I want to felicitate both of them from CMFRI side. The next one is for the team. Yeah, please, the team can come. And coming to the deliberations, you did a wonderful job, and we have chalked out some of the relevant recommendations. The first one is like moving seaweed farming from near shore to offshore areas. That too, it should be done systematically, explored coupled with technology, standardization for large-scale adoption, for which rigorous policy dialogues and guidelines is required. Second point is implementation of carbon credit concept for enhancing the adoption rates, policies and guidelines for monetization of carbon credit and traceability. Third point is on quality seed production and establishment of state-of-the-art seed banks at strategic locations of the country. Moreover, genome information should facilitate genetic improvement and controlled interventions to augment production rates. Next point is on capacity building of stakeholders, credit linkages, proven business models, and enhanced coordination between the policymakers, funding agencies, research institutions, industries, farmers, and entrepreneurs is recommended. Systematic promotion of seaweed products and implementation of mass public awareness programs is highly recommended for market expansion and development. Also, regulatory procedures for seaweed-based product approvals should be streamlined. And lastly, public-private partnership and international collaborations should be actively pursued for transformative research and development in seaweed cultivation and value addition. So these are the main points. Probably you must have discussed many other points. It will come up in the final proceedings. This will be approximately the Cochin Declaration. There are very less people here. What do you feel about the conference? Huh? Hope the editions are getting improved and the Indian seaweed sector is also getting improved. There are international delegates also. They can support your support is required as per the recommendations. So if you feel great, keep supporting the ICC's events. Keep supporting the Indian seaweed sector the way possible. Sometimes you are a startup entrepreneur. There are venture capitalists. There are seasoned industrialists. There are academicians and research scientists who are contributing to the sector. So this is a unique platform in which you discuss all these nitty-gritties, how technology can be supported. Sometimes a technology can be borrowed from a nearby country. If there is an existing technology, we can bring into India in case of Indian condition. Otherwise, if there is a technology in Indian condition which is suiting to other places, gem blossom exchanges, there are many things which have been discussed throughout in the different sessions. Last time I told when it was 72,000 tons, we will make slight improvement. There was a slight improvement. This time the minister has promised himself that in 2030, India will be producing 1 million tons. Some industrialists came and told me, if you are producing 1 million tons, what are you going to do with that 1 million ton seaweed? So we should have the entire value chain for supporting the activity. One gentleman from Sri Lanka, he came and asked me, I saw you during the inauguration. After that, I did not see you. But there were continuous meetings happening. So people were coming, moving out. And this organization is quite big in its sense, like this is the headquarters and we have 11 centers, 2 KVKs, 15 field centers and around 1,000 staff. And the decisions are taken by the competent authority, which is me. So probably when I am in the headquarters, people don't leave me so easily. So I have to go to the chamber at once. Sorry for that, I could not attend the entire symposium. But my entire team is here. They have been working along with ICC for making this a proper scientific event. They are really charmed by the scientific ideas mooted here. And I understand that there could have been some limitations. Your expectations would have been different. You can always indicate those feedbacks to ICC. ICC will take it up seriously and improve it in the next meeting. Thanks for your cooperation. Thanks for your support. I hope you had a wonderful stay for the last 2 days in this conference hall and the dining hall and the related places also. Thank you for being with us. With this, I think I will end my words and thank you ICC and the entire sponsors and the team. Thank you.
Sir. Before we end, we also have a token of, memento or goodwill gesture for our speakers. So may I request Mr. Yeah, from ICC to CMFRI Director, sir. Thank you, sir. May I request Kamlesh, sir, convener from CSMCRI. A small appreciation from ICC to the convener CSMCRI. And to Dr. Khandelwal, please. Another convener, and he's from CMF. One more for Johnson, sir. And also, Dr. Johnson, another convener from CMFRI. Sir, can you join us for a group photo, please? Team group. Please, a group photo, please. Sir, come up for a group photo.
I think you should also come. I think the other team can join us. Yes. All of them can join us. All the speakers, we can call them? Yes, all of them. All of them. All the speakers, please. All please join. Everyone can join here. Come. Please come. Please. Final group photo. All those who are sitting in the auditorium can join us. Please join. Please join. We are very less in numbers. People are tired after lunch or they have flights scheduled, so people have moved out. So whoever is in the auditorium, please join us. Those are in the behind, please. Before leaving the hall, we will have the national anthem. That's the tradition of the country. So we'll have the national anthem, then we'll disperse.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे